Oh, all right. Looks like we're live. There might be some kind of dang it, man. I forgot to get set up. As usual, there might be some like annoying popping noises. I'm currently on support with Amazon. Due to stupid reasons. Let me do the date spiel first, then we'll get started. Today is Friday, November 29th. It's kind of another unplanned stream. But Amazon kind of screwed me over. I had like some, how do I show these without giving away? I guess I already loaded them. I had some like prepaid gift cards that I had sitting around, and I was like, well, I'm gonna buy stuff on Amazon, so I might as well just turn the prepaid cards into Amazon credits, and then I don't have to think about it after that. And so I took the 3 cards and applied them to my account, and the first one went through fine. I didn't have to do anything weird for that. The second one got declined, and I looked at the card history and figured out why it got declined. Amazon issues a test charge for any payment over $75. So they withdraw $1 and then they try and charge the account. And since the prepaid card, it only has a fixed amount of dollars on it, and so when you subtract 1 and then try and subtract the actual amount of the card, it gets declined. And after I figured this out, I was like, all right, fuck it. It's $1. I'm gonna lose $1, whatever. So I issued a charge for the amount on the card minus $1, and that went through fine. And it gets worse. So today I checked my account and I got another email that was like, we've successfully credited the amount of the declined card to your account. And I was like, how the fuck is that possible? Because like, you declined the payment yesterday, so clearly it didn't go through. Like, what's the deal there? And Amazon had helpfully changed the payment method of my reload to my credit card, and so they just fucking charged my credit card without any notice or anything at all. And like, I don't know how that's legal, for one, but it looks like they fixed it. But like, damn. Let me make sure. They just said that they refunded them, so let me make sure that they refunded the right ones. Let's see. Where is this thing? Okay. Yeah, it looks right. Where's the history? It's just like, damn, Amazon, what a fucking mess. Okay, it looks correct. Although, is that order still pending? No, the order's just gone. Whatever. Damn. Well, I'll have to deal with support later if that happens again. But anyway. Real stuff, real talk. So Wednesday? When did I last stream? Wednesday, I think it was. Today's Friday. Yeah, yesterday was Thanksgiving. I didn't stream on Thanksgiving. I should have, because I was like bored for like 4 hours, and I was like, I could work on some code right now. Oh, I didn't start the bot. What am I doing? I am a quality streamer today. Okay. Chatbot's going. We're mostly set up. Okay, cool. So I did do one thing off stream, which is just this little patch right here. All that it does is makes it so when you have babi open and you do Control-C, it'll show you what position you're at in the file. Nano has the same feature, but Nano's is a little bit different, and I don't like, whenever I use this feature in Nano, I really only look at this number and sometimes this number. I don't really care so much about this number. I really don't care about this number, and I don't care about the percentages at all. So I just got rid of all that, shortened it down to like the total value. However, you'll notice that Nano's is slightly different. Nano says that this file has 1069 lines, and if we wc-l babi.py, it does not have 1069 lines. It has 1068 lines. So there's an off by 1 there. But I know why Nano does this, because if you go to the very very, very bottom of the file, and you look at this line, this is technically the 1069th line, and so you can get this weird output where this number is bigger than this number. But I felt like being correct about the number of lines is better than repeating the nano behavior here, so slight tweak on that. Taddy says hello. Hello. How's it going, friend? Hayden says, I thought of a way for you to do pre-commit with cache. It's a completely shithole of a method, but you can do it. I don't know. I still don't know why you don't think that pre-commit is cached, because the whole way pre-commit works is that there's a cache. Like there's this cache here. Cache, pre-commit, and a bunch of repos in here. These are all cache repos, and you can clean them with GC. Hey, what's up, Michaela Fox? Hello. How's your Friday going? How's your Black Friday going? Mine's going fine. I bought one thing on Black Friday. I bought a Switch. I don't actually have any games for it yet, but I'm finally going to have a Switch and finally going to be able to play it. Oh man, people are grumpy. People are so quick to be like... Alright, well, we'll read this issue. We'll read a good issue because... Oh, I'm just off to a spicy start already. Someone's like, do you think it'd be possible to resolve this issue? And I was like, I doubt it. People use attribute docstrings. Oh, he edited it. His original message was dickish. His original message was like, don't be dismissive. Like fuck, man. But he's edited it. He figured out his mistake. All right, guy. Let's go. And how about you? A shiny. I didn't buy anything. I did order a lockpicking set today a few days ago because I was watching too many lockpicking lawyer videos on YouTube. Oh man, I've not fallen down the lockpicking YouTube recommendation thing yet, but man, sometimes YouTube will get me on a random binge for things that like don't matter at all. Like I think my current set of recommendations are like Pokemon Sword and Shield videos, which I don't know Sword or Shield. Beekeeping, which I kind of want to get into beekeeping, but it's kind of hard where I live because I live kind of in a city, so it's a little bit far-fetched for that. And poker for some reason. But YouTube is just like, feed me those videos, and I'll watch like one or two of them, and then it really spirals from there a bit. But yeah, lockpicking looks like a lot of fun. I used to do a little bit of it with like really simple locks. Thank you, Michaela Fox, for the host. I assume you just set up auto hosting, which is awesome. Thank you very much. But yeah, I got into a little bit of lockpicking when I was in high school, but it was mostly just like simple locks. We realized that you could. We realized how the chamber locks on the lockers at school worked, and so we did a little bit. My friend and I did a little bit of research and like figured out what type of chamber lock they were and like how you can feel for the different clicks. And so you can basically figure out a combination for any of the any combination lock, and so we used that to show that the school lockers were super broken. We also had, when else did I do locking? Oh, there was this we hired this head of security at Yelp, and he was super into lockpicking. He always had locks on his desk, and you could like walk by and he would show you, like, he would start with like a beginner lock and be like, okay, here's the approach to opening this one, like this is where you want to poke the pins, and like and like make that happen. And so that was my other time. But I barely have enough time for the hobbies that I have right now. So lockpicking would be another rabbit hole for me. Lots of cybersick people always seem to be into lockpicking. Yeah, that's that's the trend that I've seen. Lots of security people that like lockpicking, which kind of makes sense. Like physical locks and software locks also, or not software locks, but like software security are pretty hand in hand. Watch the Pokemon stuffs, they're cute. Yeah, I've heard the new whatever the equivalent of Ami is in the latest games seem pretty cool. Fossil in the UK said they weren't doing sales of some of their watches, so I bought a Fossil Q blah 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 something smartwatch. Not sponsored. And they put it on sale today. RIP. Lost 70 pounds? Euros? No, that's pounds. I know my currency, right? Those are some good emotes too. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Hin. How do I reply to this guy? This issue is still open. If you can come up with a heuristic that properly identifies attribute docstrings versus mistakes it currently catches, then I'd happily entertain a tested patch. You'll notice I marked this as a bug and I haven't closed it. So please be careful of asserting that I'm being dismissive. I simply don't have any reason to work on this myself since I don't use that feature, but I'd be happy to guide you through implementing this. I'm pretty sure you can also use this as a workaround. Or at least I've seen comments like this in the past. Might be misremembering the exact format. It's been a while. That reminds me, I do remember last year in college I cut up an old credit card to make it have a little hook and used it to open up this door that goes to the teacher's offices. It uses a key card, but there's a gap between the doors, so it's easy to just shim it in. Nice. That's pretty good. Dropped out a few months ago because freaking realized I have super ADHD and need treatment, but the people I saw were the worst. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I got treated for ADHD also, but then eventually I stopped going because I have like really bad white coat syndrome where I will see a doctor and it's like this not sneaky hate spiral, but this terrible positive feedback loop where I'll see a doctor and I'll remember the one time that I saw a doctor and I was scared for some reason, and so my blood pressure spiked, and then they checked my blood pressure, and then because it was high they wouldn't give me medicine because it potentially affected blood pressure. And so then like from then on, whenever I see a doctor, I'm immediately like scared about having high blood pressure because I'm at the doctor's. And so it's just like this terrible cycle that causes me to have high blood pressure. Hey, what's up, Michaela Fox? Thank you for the follow. But I normally don't have high blood pressure, and so like what I've been doing whenever I have to get my blood pressure checked is I have my own blood pressure monitor, and at home I will check it and like record it, take a photo of it, and then bring that into the doctor's office to be like, look, I'm fine, I promise, I'm just freaking out for no fucking good reason. Trust me, I'm okay. I'm okay, I promise. But No, that was why I stopped getting treated for ADHD. I have been off drugs for 7 years now, and it's a struggle every day, but I try and make it happen. Yeah, Solis says Pavlov's blood pressure. Yeah, it's a mess. They could have given me like blood pressure reduction medicine, but the problem would have been like, they couldn't give me ADHD medicine because Ritalin and Concerta and Adderall are all associated with raising blood pressure. So they didn't want to run that risk, which is fair. Like, you don't want to kill someone because their blood pressure is too high. Like, that would be pretty shitty. But yeah, so that was a thing. Printer tech support. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't go home for Thanksgiving this year. I usually don't, mostly for a couple of reasons. Like, my parents are divorced, so doing Thanksgiving is kind of not really a thing. As we don't really get together with family when you kind of only have somewhat of a family. We do at least like get together for Christmas and stuff, and that's usually the family time that we do of the year. But I also live on the other side of the country, so flying to Michigan it's a good 5-hour flight, and so it's not something that I can just do all the time and on a whim. But I didn't go home for Thanksgiving, but I did a Friendsgiving with some friends from work, and yeah, ate a lot of food. I made desserts, and unfortunately, like, everyone got super stuffed on normal food, and so now I have like a hilarious amount of desserts, which isn't the worst thing, but it's just like, well, I guess I'm eating cookies for the next N days, and cake, and anyway. Lately I'd much rather get some help for my ADHD and have my heart explode than try to live with this because it's so hard to do anything. Yeah, I know that feel. Hayden says we need more JavaScript streams. I don't think we're going to do any JavaScript for a while. We're doing some Python today. Right, but I was talking about what I worked on. So I implemented this keyboard shortcut which shows me like what position I'm at in the file, so I can see like, oh, if I type some more characters here, shit, I went over the 80 character limit, and then like I can know to modulate that before running the linter or whatever. So that was one thing that I did offline. The thing that we did last time was this search feature, which lets us jump to a particular function in the file. It's not done yet. Mostly I need to implement history, which is the plan for today. It's to do just some basic, like, so like the first part of history is that if I do a search, so say I do like search for def f, if I do a search again, it should default to the previous search that I did. So that's the first thing that I need to implement. But then after that, I should be able to use the arrow keys to go through the previous search. And I wrote some notes up for myself last time about this on how to make this happen. And we'll hopefully implement that today. And I would like to be able to reuse readline, but I don't know of a way to do that with curses at the same time. So we're just going to re-implement it. I don't think the behavior is that complicated, and we've already partially done it already. So let's make that happen. Did someone say 10 days worth of cookies? And it's probably like, no. Yeah, probably at least 10 days worth of cookies. But I think the plan is at the end of the weekend, I'm just gonna take them into work and then hope people at work eat them because I can't do that many cookies. Aiden says, Anthony, would you say that we're best friends now? After all, you showed me how to get rebase. I don't even know that I've shown my best friend how to get rebase. Oh, you got some super special treatment there, Aiden. You should add replace before you add history. Replace is kind of complicated, or at least like implementing it the same way that Nano does is kind of complicated. Mostly like, say I wanted to replace typing with foo. It gives me 2 prompts and then I get like a find and replace, and so I kind of want that because I like that how that works. But I also want to do kind of the Vim style replace where you'll be able to do something like sfoo bar. I'll make that work too, but only as a secondary thing. Because I do like this syntax sometimes when you want to just like write out the whole thing at once. This is meant to be an improvement of Nano, isn't it? Yes. Why did my bot change color? Chat colors are kind of annoying. Also, then I have to log in as my bot just to fix the color. Just be an ugly green for this time. That's fine. But yeah, so I'll eventually do this, but I want to do this style replace first, and we'll make that happen. Also, we need to clap, get, and actions decorator. Oh, what do you mean? Like this decorator? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, something like that. Right, so the first thing that I want to like try and think about today is we need to load and store this this history file. And I think the way that Nano does it, if I can we strace to figure out how it works? Strace, is there an output file? -o sounds like what I want. -o file name, write the trace. Okay, so strace -o f.txt nano. We'll type something and then quit. So hopefully we should have gotten some open calls here. Lib, some libraries, local archive, Etsy nanorc. Okay. Loads all the nanorcs. And then hopefully it loads the search history somewhere. There's my nanorc. Yeah, okay, so it loads the search history on startup. So I think we'll do the same thing there. Strace is always good for overwhelming me until my brain explodes. Yeah, fortunately I kind of know like what syscall I'm looking for here. Like I'm looking for the open calls, and so a little less overwhelming. Leave chat up here so that while I'm chatting, at least you guys can see something, something moving. But yeah, strace is kind of useful to find out what stuff's going on. And honestly, I could have just done grep open f.text greep. I can type. Hey, what's up, Rolito Ku? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, like this would have been a little bit easier to search through, and then I would have seen immediately that it's opening the search history. Yeah, greep. Maybe I should add that to my bash aliases. All my aliases right now are either like add color, typos, or lolzy ones. These are my Mimi aliases. Actually, I have a funny story about this alias. This was when I worked at Yelp and I was working remote, and my friend and I, or coworker and I, were pairing over a tmux session. So basically we had like a shared server that we were on, and I dropped a tmux socket into a shared directory, and we were both like typing away at a single terminal, but across the country and on different terminals. And something like completely strange happened, and my coworker types WTF, and my aliases kick in and print out WTF indeed. And we're on the phone, so like we were talking on the phone and programming on the same terminal. It was actually pretty cool, like kind of a cool setup. But he types this, and he starts laughing and just like hangs up because he just like he completely lost it. And then like 10 minutes later, he calls me back and he's like, "Okay, I've calmed down now. We can continue writing some code now, so we're good." But that alias had some good times. I still have this strace cheat sheet tab open. I haven't looked at it yet, but opened it a week ago. Nice. Yeah, I feel like every time I want to do something with strace, like the defaults are usually pretty good. But sometimes you want some like more advanced behavior, and so I'm always googling how strace works because sometimes it doesn't quite do what I want. I think -E is the one that I care about, or that was helping me. -e. Nope. This one. Yeah, this is the one that I care about. So it is -e. Which gets just specific syscalls, and this was super useful when I was trying to debug how something forked to do some subprocess stuff. Man, I was not ready to stream today. I did not set up at all. I forgot to get water. Like today's just a mess for me. But let me get caught up in chat, and then I'm gonna run and grab some water. Be right back. And as a bash alias, yeah. Rarlito asks, "What are you making?" Oh, that's true. I forgot to set my today. Working on implementing search history for my Python curses text editor, Babi. GitHub.com/acetilly/Babi. Cool. So you can see it over here. Yeah. So I ran set today now, and so now if you do bang today, perfect, right on time, taskful. Thank you. You can see what I'm working on. Good timing. Brainwash says, "Hello Anthony, on the last stream you were boasting how the test suite is pretty sweet and started explaining how it uses tmux, but it turns out you use Hecate as a dependency. You are a fraud, Anthony. My disappointment is measurable and my day is ruined. P.S. Love the stream." Yeah, it is using Hecate, which abstracts away a lot of the tmux configuring stuff. But I have modified Hecate. I'm gonna continue to say it wrong. Hecate, I don't know, whatever. However you're supposed to pronounce this damn thing. I have modified it a little bit so that it does more of what I want. Mostly a couple of things. Like the first is I keep track of every time it scrapes the screen so that when something crashes, it can play all of the screen scrapes back. This makes it a lot easier to debug a failing test because you can see like exactly the progression that happened in tmux. It doesn't get all of the screens, so like if something happens really quickly, it won't see that. But anytime screenshot gets run, it will attempt to append the screenshots list, and then whenever something errors, it will print out all of those screenshots. This is just makes the PyTest debugging a lot easier. That's one thing that I added. I also had to, so I had to wrap the exiting stuff with this on error thing, just to make sure, I guess I had to wrap a couple of things with on error to make sure that worked. I changed how await text works. The original await text removes all whitespace, but whitespace is kind of important in a text editor, so my await text does just direct containment, whereas the await text for the base library does whitespace munging. I also added this await text missing, which allows you to do the opposite of await text. I did some pane resizing stuff, some waiters for cursor position, grabbing the current screen line, or grabbing a particular screen line, grabbing the cursor's screen line. This resizing stuff is all novel. And this is just a shortcut because I was lazy. But yeah, I have extended a little bit. I also fixed some bugs in the library. Yes. Guess I can just show you on GitHub. Utility fork. 5 commits ahead, so we've done some stuff. Oh, those are merge commits. Okay. So I fixed send keys when you send the dash character. It was interpreting it as an option, so I had to fix that with double dash here. I also took someone else's patch, which what did their patch do? Oh, allows non-ASCII return values and fixes a crash. Oh, and fixes a off by 1 error. So I'm using a slightly modified version. I think the actual project itself is dead, unfortunately. I offered like, hey, this thing's cool. I'd love to maintain it if you'll let me. But I haven't heard anything back, so who knows if that's gonna happen. Oh, Michaela, do you stream? Well, of course you do if you host it. I should follow you. Oh, it's me. Wait, what did I say that's lewd? What am I getting banned for? What? Haskell says, what Python curses are you talking about? So there's a built-in module in Python called curses. And it allows, so this is based on libcurses, which is a popular library for doing, I think they call it cell management. But basically, like the hello world of curses looks somewhat like this. I can send it. Wrapper cmain. Looks something like this, where you have a main function that takes in a screen, and you use curses.wrapper, and that will initialize a screen and then start up your program. So if we do that here, you can see we have a little screen here, and this is just like a simple debugging program that I wrote, which doesn't completely work. But it's supposed to just like show what characters are typed so I can debug that stuff. The actual version of this works a little bit better. Some of the stuff I deleted actually changes the behavior there. Hey, what's up? Ulu? Ulu? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Nice name. Yeah, like this one actually supports Control-C and Control-backslash and like Control-Z and like all the other characters that you might type here. But also, it's supposed to print in the bottom right corner, press Q to print, or Q to quit. But maybe this is not the version that has that? I guess not. It's supposed to be more helpful about quitting, but I guess this version doesn't have it. I wonder if the version I put on GitHub has that version, or has that code. Curses key detector. This is exactly the code. Oh, it does. Okay, so I should be using this version instead. 2019-09-29. Yeah, so it's supposed to do this at the bottom. This is better. Yeah. Let me replace this, so that we have that for the future. Let's see. Are you pushing changes to the fork? Yes, for Hecate. Oh, is that what you're saying, Lude, for? Because I can't pronounce it. Yeah. Yes, I'm pushing it to my fork of Hecate, so we showed that already. Are you pushing to master? For which thing? For Hecate? No, I'm pushing to my acentilly fork branch. We already showed that already. Alright. At least I think I'm not pushing to master. Yeah, my branch is even with master, so it's on this branch. Michaela says, geez, you contribute to GitHub stuff a lot. Yeah, I mean, if you can actually get my page to load. Let's see if today is a good day for GitHub. Usually it's not. What is this image you sent me? Oh, you're talking about Babi. Yeah, I push straight to master on Babi. Yeah, this is what I usually get when I try and load my GitHub page. I've talked to support and they're like, yeah, just I refreshed and it fixed itself, so it's not a bug, right? I'm like, yeah, it's just almost completely unusable. Thanks, GitHub. But yeah, I do a lot on GitHub. I really like open source, so I spend a lot of time. Spend a lot of time doing that. What happened to lovely, scrummy, yummy GitFlow on Babi? No, I don't use GitFlow. I don't need GitFlow. It's my own project. No one else is worrying about it. Isbrick says, "Ahoy, streamer! Ahoy to you too, Isbrick." Double Anthony, all the way across the sky. Bonnie says, "View botting yourself reported." Oh, because I opened up my own stream. Yeah, you got me, Bonnie. You got me. Even though you're not. Oh, you are following. Oh, the sneaky unfollow wasn't sneaky. I see. Hey, what's up, Dr. Pac-Man? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Just kind of would stream some CS:GO and Path of Exile. Ah, I see. One of her emojis was called Lude. Oh. Oh, I see. Yes. Got it now. Hey, what's up, Expolion? Thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Let's see. Is curses the same as end curses? Yes, I think. Let's see, curses versus end curses. I think they're the same thing. Every implementation of curses uses both macros and functions to provide their features. End curses follows this convention. I guess end curses is an implementation of curses? That'd be my guess. And then there's end curses and end curses W, which is the wide string implementation, or wide character implementation. Let's see, the first curses library was developed here for blah blah blah. To support Rogue, a text-based adventure game. It's important priorities. Okay, so P curses was next, and then N curses was afterwards. So N curses is an implementation of curses, I guess. But yeah, I'm using N curses W through Python. The module in Python is called curses, though. Nobody wants me to stream. Aiden, you'll get viewers. It'll happen. Somebody help! All of these emojis are making me to devolve into uwus and owos. Your internet's back. Well, that's good to hear, Toddy. And hello again, Dr. Pac-Man. Welcome, subscriber Expolion1. Git has not been treating me well this week. First rebases came to bite me, then the second I made a patch for HashiCorp only to realize I had been working off of a release tag and not a release branch. Oh no. So then you had to rebase. Rebase. Oh, what a mess. Oh, that was not the tab that I wanted to close. These are the tabs I want to close. Okay, I'm gonna grab water. It'll be real quick. 1 sec. We don't need a mute. We'll leave it on mute. just get crappy water from the bathroom instead of going all the way to the kitchen. Fine. And I didn't mute, so we're good. Cool. Hey, what's up, pseudonym? What is that emote? Is that a hippo? Or is it a... I don't even know what it is. Looks cute. Alright, let's actually write some code today. The plan is to first do the saving and restoring of the history, which isn't going to be all that interesting until we actually have it implemented. Actually, let's do saving and restoring last, because that seems like the least fun part. Let's get up and down and appending to the history working, and then... yeah. I'm probably not going to do test-driven development here, mostly because I don't know what the behavior is going to look like. But... let's see... okay, so we currently have this prompt loop right now, which implements this stuff right here. So when I press escape, we have this, and like you can backspace and navigate around through it. But we want to implement up arrow and down arrow here for history. And when you press enter, we want to be able to save that to the history. Maybe, oh, I guess we would implement it for the escape mode too. I didn't even think about that. Because Nano doesn't have this. This is a babi only feature. We're improving here. But the main thing is for search, where I want to implement this, history there. But other prompts, which I don't know what other prompts there are. There's actually, we can use babi to search for the calls to prompt in the code. Oh, the save prompt. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Oh, it doesn't work like Nano, right? To retype this regex each time. Prompt. Oh, jump to line. Yeah, that one doesn't need history. Search does. And the escape probably does too. So we'll implement history for all of those, but not for file names. I don't think this is super useful. Okay. History as a stir equal to none. So by default, there's no history. It will only manage history if it's none. And since I know we're gonna get the question, I'll get the question before we get there. This star, like, what does that star do? If you have a function, and this is a new Python 3 feature, if you have a star in it, and you try and call this, where like this would try and maybe go into this argument here, you'll get an error. Python 3 t.py. F takes one positional argument, but two are given. Didn't this get better in a newer version? Oh, that is messed up. Alright, there's this stupid... oh, I've been meaning to fix that. So, Debian, or Ubuntu recently shipped their own package of Python 3.8. Python 3.8 to Ubuntu LTS. And it ships this weird file, 3.8 site-customize.py. And what this file does is it tries to do the error reporting, so the like launchpad error reporting stuff. And it tries to do that whenever something crashes. And so you'll see here, when I triggered an exception in a script that I ran, random ass script that I ran, it tried to report that to launchpad. But I obviously don't ever want that to happen. So I'm going to turn that off. And the way to turn that off is to make this file empty. I've learned that if you delete this file, things crash in different ways, but if you make it empty, that works. So let's see, how do we do that? Also, Isbrick says, any of you looking forward to Advent of Code? Well, I'm going to be doing Advent of Code, so some self-promotion right now. Advent of Code, if you haven't heard of what it is, adventofcode.com. Basically, the way it works is, we can show mine from 2018. basically there's a puzzle every day, and each puzzle has 2 parts, and it's kind of like a timed programming challenge. And so like they give you puzzle input, and you can see like, where's my input? No, I don't want to bookmark that. Input, puzzle input, here we go. So they'll give you an input, which is usually like a file with a bunch of numbers or like a map or who knows what. And like a puzzle on how to take that input and turn it into a resulting value. And each person that does admin of code will get their own separate input, but similar puzzle. And so everyone will have like a unique answer. And so they build like this pretty cool community around it. Hey, what's up, Teagle Built and Graffiti? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, there's a pretty cool community around admin of code, and like a bunch of people stream it and do it in a bunch of different programming languages. But I did it last year and I had a lot of fun, and I'm planning to do it again this year. The first day actually is tomorrow at midnight, so end of the 30th at midnight EST, which will be 9 p.m. my time. So usually I stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m., but tomorrow I will stream 11 a.m. and 9 p.m. So we'll get a double stream day, which will be pretty wild. And the creator of Advent of Code often comes around to a bunch of the programming streams and like pops in, sees how people are doing, and it's a pretty cool little community. But I'm gonna be doing that. I already set up my repository to get started with that. Let's see, AOC 2019 this time. So I'm ready to get going. I even set up continuous integration with my with linting. So hey, look, you run the linters. Where is it? Here we go. Yay! Look, it passes linters. I did it. That's CI, right? Well, last year I actually wrote tests for everything, and I'll probably do the same thing this year, mostly because it helped me debug a lot of the problems. So let's say, I don't know, look at day 11. The way I usually set this up is I would have a compute function. And this would be like my solution to the problem. I would also come down here and write some like test cases and validate their return value. And so like by having tests, I was able to step through and like figure out how the problem was supposed to work. Usually I would use the like sample problems, but sometimes I would make my own cases for that as well. Melting Lava says, are you going to write in some other languages than Python for the easy challenges? Probably. That's what I did last year. Mostly because I wanted to like try out some other stuff. So like not day 0. Day 0 is my template. Like day 1 I did in, well, I of course did in Python. I also did it in JavaScript. And I tried to use the same structure as my Python setup. So it was, a lot of times it was like mostly a straight port. Was part 2? Yeah, part 2. But yeah, like it got me to try some other JavaScript stuff, and like I hadn't played with Node.js that much at this point, so this was kind of new to me, and I got to use the nice little format strings and all kinds of neat stuff. I also tried, I think, Rust. Yeah, this is Rust, right? Yeah, I tried Rust last year, which was cool. This mostly looked like a straight port of my Python code though. But this was a cool function that I found in Rust. But this was a little bit gross. This is reading a file. This code right here. That's what you need to do to read an entire file. Do it in TypeScript, I'll help you. Do it in ASM, I won't help you. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Teagle Built says Tox Nox. So I'm one of the maintainers of Tox, oddly enough. So I'll usually use Tox. I have some like kind of deep problems with how Nox works. The biggest one being their Nox file, the like declarative setup of your CI is actual code. And so it's impossible to rewrite this with machine. Well, not impossible. It makes it much more difficult to rewrite this file with machines because there isn't a great like round trip Python parser. Whereas with Tox, it's just INI, and so it's pretty easy to like load it and drop it. So that's why I don't see Nox as a great pattern. But I don't know. It has a bunch of different features which seem good, but I don't know that I'll use it. Hey, what's up, Rabu Gen Talks? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, that's my TLDR about Nox. No, it seems like a fine project, but not something I'm going to use. Hey, what's up, JL? How's it going? What are you doing today? I'm trying to work on search history for find. So basically this is what I'm trying to work on, but that's the Nano implementation, and I'm going to be doing it for Babi as well. Mr. Isman wants to know the commands. Oh, I see. You want to see my keywords? Yes. Oh, right, but I was going to fix this. So the way I'm going to do that is going to empty those files. What is Babi? Babi is my text editor. You can actually read more about it here. There's a link there that shows you how to. I ran Bang project, so you guys can see it. But it's a text editor that I'm working on. It's can edit itself. So this is Babi opening Babi. Has a bunch of kind of neat features. So you can type some text, backspace, delete. There's undo and redo. You can save. You can figure out what position you're at in the file. What we implemented last time is search, which takes like regexes, and so you can do that. So I want to make up and down work here and do stuff there. Some neat features. You can type some text. Yeah, it's a text editor. It can edit and text. Yeah, right now it's mostly a nano clone, but I'm implementing some more features. Like you can quit it like Vim if you want. But I plan to eventually replace my usage of Nano with Babi. At least that's the plan. But is it Vim? No, it's not Vim. Archification. It's its own thing. Implementing it from scratch. Hey, what's up, Kiddled? Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the follow. I'll cry if you don't merge. What are you talking about, Hayden? Did you make a pull request? No, someone else made a pull request on a work project, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah, let me fix this while I'm thinking about it. This is going to be some non-Python for a second. Modules, packages, manifest, Python. Okay. File, let's see, Pythons. How do I do this? Think like this. This is like weird Ruby syntax, so I'm not quite sure. I don't remember how this works. Each loop, puppet. Not each. Integer index string value. Oh, this is what I want. This syntax. Each Python, we want to a file which is etc python /site customize.py. Puppet ensure file is empty. Ensure a file is empty. Perfect, exactly what I want. Ensure present content empty string. Ensure, oops. present content empty string. Okay, so this should make all of those site customized files be empty. Run it. What could go wrong? Python star.star and call it a day. Yeah, that would work too. If you're not writing it in Rust, how can you be sure that it's safe? True. You can't. Okay, cool. So it deleted the contents of Python 3.8 site customize, which is exactly what I wanted it to do. It also did the same for 3.6, which fine, I guess. And what else is it doing? What are you doing? You must be upgrading a package. That's why it's taken so long. Probably Node.js, if I had to guess. JL says, when I opened your GitHub link, all my GitHub tabs crashed. Oof. Oh, you made a pull request on Babi? Wasn't it the one that I was like, haha, that's funny, but no? Yeah. This is the one that I was like, haha, it's funny, but no. The title of tab is drop star from tabs. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? What are you doing? Also, why the music stop? Yes, I am still listening to the music. Also, why are people doing work? It's not a work day, or at least in the US, most people have today off. My work definitely has today off. What are you doing? Yes. Yeah, grab Ruby. You know, it's bad when I'm doing a Python stream and it's like, what is Ruby doing? pstree-help Ruby. It is installing Python 3.7-dev. Oh, and it did get there. Oh, it uninstalled the Dead Snakes one and reinstalled the upstream one, which means they bumped the version again after they said that they wouldn't. Thanksgiving was yesterday, man, not today. Yeah, but my work gives off the day after Thanksgiving. It was a holiday. Switch to Ansible. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with Puppet because it has a DSL that I can wint, whereas I don't know that Ansible actually does. Let's see, Ansible DSL. Isn't Ansible just YAML, Jinja YAML? Ansible 101. Is it YAML or is it Jinja YAML? No. Fuck you, medium. No. Part 1. In the beginning there was YAML. I know it's YAML. Yeah. But is there also Jinja somewhere? Yeah, Jinja YAML. Okay. Yeah, and honestly, if you have Jinja YAML, you can lint that it's Jinja, but you can't really lint the YAML at all. And so everyone seems to make this mistake. Like SaltStack made the same mistake. Ansible has the same problem. Like, I want something that I can actually lint. I love linters. Can't tell. With Puppet, there's I can use a linter. I can use, and this is actually a code formatter too. And I can validate the stuff before I actually run it. Oh, these are super out of date. Let me update those. Fancy command. Yeah, there's Ansible lint, but it has to like evaluate some of the code. I actually know I know a couple of the core devs on Ansible, and they're great people. It's just like tech that I don't use. I also know the dev that writes Ansible lint too. Let's see if upgrading the linters is going to break some stuff. What could go wrong? But that's kind of, so this is pre-commit. This is the thing that I made. But pre-commit is kind of great in that you basically declare what linters you want to use and what versions they want to use, and it knows how to install them and make sure that they're working properly. And let's see, yeah, so the Puppet lint here, like this is awesome. Like I didn't have to worry about this, and it auto fixed this for me. So you can see like, well, I didn't add it, but it added one space here, I think. So if we put this back to, this is how I had originally typed it out. And this slow Ruby linter. I guess it has to look at a bunch of files, so it's fine that it's slow. Oh, this one's much faster. Weird. But you can see like it auto-fixed this so that the arrows line up for me, which is pretty cool. Empty the contents of site customize so at port doesn't fire. My problem with Ansible is that it really pushes people to do programming with YAML. Yeah, man, I hate YAML. But one of my biggest regrets with pre-commit is that the configuration is YAML. I wish it wasn't, but there wasn't really good choices besides YAML at the time. Why didn't it update this one? Oh, I'm in a different project. Okay. It's like, I was pretty sure that I ran auto update, which should have changed it to 7.9. I was just wrong. Okay. Done doing Ruby. We're done with this tangent now. Oh, I was explaining positional only or keyword only arguments. We're just peeling back the stack frames here. Yeah, so this star means that any argument after it has to be specified with a named only argument. And so this form where this doesn't have a default, this is a named only argument with a required value. So you must pass a value and it must be named. But you can also have ones where they have a default. So like this is a named only argument, but it defaults to none. So that's what that star means. That's we've gotten back to normal writing code again time. Hardcore challenge mode. Run each linter against every other linter and fix everything. You'd never be able to fix things. In fact, I have like kind of a funny story about that. So I wrote this thing. If you haven't heard of Black, well, I guess we'll start with Black. Black is this thing which has a very specific approach to formatting Python files, and like has a bunch of opinions, and you can read all about it here. But it formats Python files. Add trailing. Yeah, I can read and type at the same time. But I had actually made this thing several years before Black. 26 releases. Look at the original release. Oops. So I wrote this back in July of 2017, like almost a year before Black existed. And the idea behind this is very similar to Black, except it's much less aggressive. It tries to make sure that when you call functions, they look like this. That's all it does. It really just makes your function calls look like this, like trailing commas and one indent, and beyond that, like doesn't really do much beyond that. So it'll take calls that look like this and reformat them nicely, so you don't have arbitrary 15 space indents and these like weird parentheses here. And it has some reasons for this. Mostly like trailing commas ensure that when you add arguments to stuff, you have a minimal diff. So like here's a diff where you didn't have a trailing comma, and so you have a 3-line diff when really you just want a 1-line diff. But yeah, implements some formatting like this and blah blah blah. Anyway, it's a code formatter. It has a very specific setup on how it does some stuff. And yes, even though it's called add trailing comma, sometimes it will remove trailing commas if they're completely unnecessary, like these ones here. But anyway, I wrote this formatter, and some bot came along to my repo, and where is this? Pretty far back, I guess. Yeah. Some bot came along to my repo and was like, "Hey, I formatted your repo with Black," and I was just like, "You can fuck right off, like, please no." But the funny part is like, oh man, they even added a badge to my repo, but it just like most of the code, like, yeah, I don't like double quotes, so this was just like pretty crappy. This looks terrible. I don't know why they would think that, like, this is one of the reasons that I don't use Black, is like sometimes it'll reflow your code to look ugly, and yeah. Here's another case where like I think it looks ugly as well. But anyway, they rewrote my code. This one just like completely broke all the comments, which is kind of annoying. But anyway, my favorite part was they did all this code rewriting, and because I run my own code formatter against my code, it broke all the tests. Let's see, do these logs still exist? Yeah, the logs still exist. And so, yeah, like broke flake 8 and broke add trailing comma, broke auto pepe, broke all these things. And all due to this like bot that randomly came to my repo, and I don't know why it picked me, but yeah. Hey, what's up, Catherine? Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the follow. But just like a funny situation where, yeah, like running a linter on other linters wouldn't necessarily work because they have different opinions about how things should be code formatted. But yeah, get back to what we're actually working on. Okay, so the thing that we're working on is adding history to this prompt function. And so the basis of this is we're going to need to store some state on the on this class itself, not on the class, but on the instance of this class that keeps track of the previous things that have been typed into the prompt, and hook up the arrow keys to make those work. And yeah, I guess we'll just start with search, and yeah, we'll start with search and experiment with that and try and add the functionality as we go. Arrow keys, did you mean HJKL? No, I mean the arrow keys. Do you use HJKL in your like terminal to look at history? I guess you could if you set up Vim bindings here. But I don't use Vim bindings in like my prompts like this. But no, it's not Vim, despite it being kind of like Vim. But yeah, we're gonna try and save history here and then make the arrow keys work. That's the plan. But for now, it does not do that. So if I press up and down, or I press enter here, it doesn't do anything there. Dev prompt. But so the first part of this is we're gonna need to store the history somewhere. So we're gonna need to introduce some state here, unfortunately. And we have, let's see, we have a mapping from history name to a list of strings. So this will be a dict of stir to list stir. Yeah. I think that's how that'll work. Zolar says, Nano and Ubuntu. I love this stream already. Why? Because you can shit on me for using newbie technologies. Usually people are like, oh, Nano. Well, look at this noob. Oh, don't you use Arch? Why aren't you using Arch? Arch is what all the cool kids are using. But no. I use Ubuntu and Nano. It's actually worse than that. I'm actually using Windows. So it's way worse than that. But yeah, it works for me. Archification says, I have VI mode enabled in my terminal, so yes, I use HJKL. Interesting. I use NeoVim as a text editor, and I use HJKL in NeoMut. I use it in Qt browser. I basically use it everywhere I can. Qt browser is the only thing besides games that I don't run in a terminal. Nice. Why not use Vim? I do know how to use Vim. I'm just bad at it. I can't even type Vim. But yeah, I do like know how to use Vim, and like yeah, I can do all the like visual mode, and like I know how to sort and all that jazz, and I know how to quit. But I'm just less fast at Vim than I am in Nano. But We're working on my own text editor, which will replace my use of Nano, so then people can stop making fun of me for using it, which is fun. Yeah, boo, yeah. Boo Nano, boo Windows. Archification says, but no, I don't mean to like come in here and dunk on people, I just joke around. Yeah, it's all good. You'll notice I'm smiling. We're having a good laugh about me using Nano. Zoller says, I know, but I'm a hardcore Nano fan, promise. Nice. Nice. Agriev says, hey Anthony, I'm Tony. Nice stream, pal. Have you tried VS Code, or it's not open source enough for you? I have used VS Code. The last stream that I tried to open VS Code, it like lagged out everything, which makes no sense because it's code dot. Like it was super slow to do like anything at all. Where's babi.py? Go. Like I'm scrolling right now and why is it not scrolling? Why, you know? Like this is hilariously slow. And there's like no reason for it to be that slow because I give this VM an absurd amount of memory. Yeah, like 8 gigs of RAM, you should be able to run a fucking text editor. But the big thing for me is like windowed text editors make it really hard for me to context switch, and I often work on a bunch of different projects at once. I assume there's just like a bug in whatever version of VS Code that I have installed, and like it'll get fixed at some point, and it's not the whole reason. The biggest reason for me is context switching between a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna delete this VS Code file now. No, not coverage, VS Code. But yeah, I have used VS Code. It seems really nice, and like when it isn't super slow, it's great. And the language server stuff is great. Like I do like that it is actually open source, which is pretty cool. It has like Vim mode if you want, but it works pretty well. But yeah, that's why I don't use VS Code. The reason isn't the lag; it's that it's slow for me to context switch between a bunch of projects. And terminal editors work pretty well for me. If you judge people for what software they use, you're the developer that no one invites to the parties. Yeah, there you go, I'm getting good. Isberg says, how would we ever get a better text editor than Vim if there wasn't a few crazy people out there who wrote their own? That's true. That's true. I don't think my text editor will be better than Vim. But it will be better than Nano at some point, is the plan. 5shot97 says, are you an undergrad? Oh man. Whew. Man, you think I'm so young? I'm 28. I graduated from the University of Michigan in 2013. No, I'm not an undergrad. I do have an undergraduate degree, but damn, I'm not that young. But thank you for the for the compliment, the unintended compliment. It makes total sense that VS Code would lag. It's Electron, it's evil. I mean, yeah, giant pile of JavaScript, it's gonna take a bunch of RAM and be a little bit slow, I guess. Best Brent says, implying there's a better editor than Vim. True? True? Strange, I'm using it on macOS and it's amazing. Maybe GTK lags. Yeah, it could be. Who knows what it is. It's probably the emulated GPU stuff. Like, I bet if I could turn it into CPU only mode, it'd be fine. But I do have the 3D acceleration enabled, and I've given it not that much video RAM, but the most that that VirtualBox lets you do. So it probably is that. That would be my guess. There's a Vim mode in Vim. Yeah. But yeah, Babi has modal editing. There's only one useful mode, and then there's escape mode. Oh, that should probably print something when you cancel. Maybe it's fine that it doesn't. Whatever. Not a huge deal. Pseudonym says, wait, people invite developers to parties? Well, I was at a party yesterday, kind of. It was a Friendsgiving party. It was fun. Hey, what's up, Harry Stone? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Emacs mode in Vim. Yeah, there you go. And Best Brents, welcome as well to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I'm already running an operating system. I don't need to run another one. Ah, yes, the Emacs digs. Is my degree in computer science? Yes. I originally started in biochemistry. I did that for 2.5 years. I thought I was going to be pre-med. Then I thought I was going to be pre-pharmacy. Then I thought I was going to do research. And then I was like, fuck that noise. I'm not... I don't really want to do this. And I had kind of been doing computers for a good chunk of my childhood, and so I was like naturally good at computers and interested in them, and so I switched to computer science and then like crammed a 4-year major into 2 years and then somehow graduated. But yeah, my degree is in computer science. And I work full-time. Streaming for me is just a hobby. I don't really make any money off of this. But it's fun. I like working on open source, and so like this is a place where I can have an excuse to work on open source. But yeah, I'm a full-time software engineer. I work at Lyft, where I work on developer tooling. So I'm the lead of the developer experience team, where we build tools and software that make developers productive, or at least we try, because it's actually really hard to make people productive. But we try our best. Apple Store is rejecting apps made with the new versions of Electron. Huh, that's weird. Why would they do that? Agrev says, by the way, I'm planning to do some newbie streams about Django pet projects and whatever. What should I start from? Any advices on how to be cool? You mean like, what should you start with on Twitch? Honestly, I didn't start too long ago. I started about a year ago. My advice for you is to try and automate as much of the like annoying stuff as possible. Like some of the annoying stuff is like having a chat bot, because you kind of want that in your stream. I wrote my own, but I wouldn't necessarily suggest that, because like Nightbot does pretty well. Have your setup pretty automated. So like for me, this is my stream setup. My font, you guys can't really see it, but my font is absurdly large on my screen. Like, let's see, like it takes up like this much space on my screen, and so like the letters are fucking huge. But yeah, have a large font size so people can see it. People really like face cams. I don't know why, but make that happen. I should get a green screen at some point. Maybe I'll make that happen. I don't know. I have a pretty entry-level microphone which works well for me. It's a very popular one amongst streamers. It's the Blue Yeti. Originally got it as a gift from my ex-girlfriend, but this is the microphone that I have. I recently switched to a stand, which is why it's above my head, and that's been working well for me. Before then, I had to like put it far away so that it didn't like pick up a bunch of noise, but this seems to do better with like keyboard noise and such. Although people like the keyboard noise, so it's plus and minus. You get more keyboard noise or less keyboard noise. I use OBS to do all of my recordings. I stream and record at the same time because Twitch doesn't keep all of your videos, so I upload those to YouTube after that. And my setup is pretty normal for this. So like this browser source is the one from Streamlabs. Oh, I would suggest setting up Streamlabs. That's kind of a given nowadays. So I have Streamlabs, that blue square there. I have videos, so you can see my camera there. I use a display capture, which just captures like whatever is showing up on the screen. You might switch between a display capture and something else, but the display capture works well for me. Hey, what's up, Zolor? Thank you for the follow. My nano friend. And then I have audio capture. But, the way I do background music is there's copyright-free music on YouTube, so I just like run this in a browser. And the one thing that I've noticed... Oh, hey, what's up? I'm getting good. Thank you for the follow. One thing that I've noticed is a pretty good balance between... Oh man, follows just keep happening. Hey, Griv, thank you as well for the follow. I try and balance my audio such that like when I'm talking, I'm usually in this like yellow zone here, which seems to work pretty well. And Archification, thank you as well for the follow. Man, just one after another. And for background audio, for like music, I try and keep it around between 35 and 30, or negative 35 and negative 30 on the decibel scale, and I try and like adjust those so it shows up in that range. One other thing that let's see, that I would suggest is so I actually have speakers, which are what I usually use for audio output. But I have a headset when I'm looking down where OBS is supposed to be, but it's not there right now. It's up here. I have headphones so that I can hear the music and like all the dings and stuff that goes on, and it doesn't like reverberate through my microphone and stuff. Hey, what's up, Skirdez? Thank you as well for the follow. But one other thing that was super key was, how does this work? Was changing this one? No, not speakers, microphone. This one. Not disable. Where's the fucking there's audio properties somewhere. This one? No. Damn it. There's like some not troubleshoot the volume mixer? No. I think it's in this menu, I just don't know where it is. But anyway, there's some place. Oh, this one? No, we already tried that. Device properties. This is what we want. Okay, yeah. So this is what it took me so long to realize this. This software modulator on Windows, if you put this up to 100%, for whatever reason with this microphone, at 100% it will try and pick up all background noise. But putting it to somewhere like less than 80 or less than 90 will filter out that background noise automatically. And so this was key to making the sound quality a lot better on my stream. But it took me like 6 months to realize this. And before that, I had put my microphone like basically on the other side of my room just so I didn't pick up like fan noise and stuff. But this was like super key to getting started there. But anyway, that's my setup. Oh man, now I'm super far behind on chat. I have to scroll up for chat, man. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So hopefully that says a little bit about my setup. But beyond that, like this is pretty much it. I'll put this back now. Oh, I also set upload. So I stream at 1080p 30. I also record at the same rate, and I set my upload limit to 2200 kilobytes per second, which seems to be a pretty good trade-off. When I was streaming it at 720p, which I was doing for a while, 16 or like 1200 to 1600 was better for that, but I was downscaling then upscaling, and so I think I was not actually saving any bandwidth. But this bitrate seems to work pretty well for me, and I don't drop too many frames, although the ones that I do drop are not really my fault. They're just my internet service provider. Can't really do anything about that. That's that. Hey, what's up, Hamlet? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I accidentally created a bookmark there. We can delete that there. Chromium uses their private APIs and I don't like it. Oh, talking about Electron. Huh. Makes sense, I guess. Hayden says, here's an idea for Babi's command system. I see. Yeah, this looks very much like the way that my chatbot works. Probably what you modulate, or what you modeled it off of, modulated. Yeah, so the way my chatbot works is it's a bunch of these handlers which have like a regex, and then they get the match back, and that lets them respond in a way. And so this looks very similar to what your proposal looks like. Yeah, I might do something like that. We'll see. I'm like less invested in how the command stuff is going to work for now. Like I'm mostly trying to get the basic implementation that allows me to stop using Nano. And then I'll look into like plugins and language servers and tab complete and like all the nice things that you would get out of a text editor. But until then, the code's gonna suck, and that's just fine. Pseudonym says, I ended up finishing a mech eng degree. Figured I'd try and learn something I couldn't really learn by myself. Didn't work. Finished the degree with no real interest in relevant jobs. I see, yeah. Computer science. Science involves charts and graphs. Computers involve codes. Obviously, you should use Julia to code some charts and graphs. I actually have written some things that involve charts and graphs. Although they're all around like code quality and stuff. So this is a code debt dashboard that I wrote originally during a hackathon. but it basically allows you to generate like a dashboard. We can see like particular metrics that you can do like on a per line basis. These are the built-in ones, but you can write custom ones. And you can kind of see their trends over some amount of time, and then you can graph them and zoom in on graphs, find commits and stuff. And we use this at Yelp to like track deprecated patterns. So like we had this like particular string that we knew like, oh, if you use this string, this shit's deprecated. Why are you still using this? And so we could track it, like expose it in code reviews and like do stuff like that. And then like if it got into master, I could like zoom in on a commit and see like, oh, you're the one that did this, and then work with the engineer to try and fix it. Yeah, I like graphs. I haven't written any Julia, so I don't know anything about Julia. But yeah, computer science is sometimes not really a science at all. Yeah, I want to be a tool engineer. I'm a tool engineer. It works out. I'm a tool. Best Brent says, if you know of any of the folks who work on Envoy, tell them they rock. Alright, I'll forward that along. I have my own opinions about Envoy, but that'll have to be a rant for another time. I think Envoy's alright, but causes a lot of production. Well, most of our production issues are that we run it with, we run basically the alpha version in prod. And Agriev says, maybe some double monitor setup, or what about privacy? So this is my setup. I have this vertical screen over here, which I put Streamlabs in this corner here. I have Streamlabs here. I put Twitch dashboard here, which really I just use that to see how many viewers I have. So like I have 61 viewers right now, which is insane. That's a ton. And then I put Firefox up here. Firefox is the internet browser that I usually use. This is my streaming setup. Usually Firefox is over here when I'm normally programming. And then like this portion of my screen is VirtualBox, and I have OBS down in the corner over here, and I have chat up in this corner. And then there's just like blank space here, and most of this is blank space. I guess I have iTunes open here, but I don't use iTunes when I stream. But yeah, I have a dual setup. This is where my microphone used to be, but now it's hanging from this shelf up here. These are my speakers. This is photos from my last computer build that I did when my computer died while I was streaming, and so I was like, well, time to order parts. Time to have fun with that again. So this is my like build photos. But anyway, that's that. Blue Yeti. Yeah, I have a Blue Yeti. It works well. Michaela has ice cream now. That's how you know you have a good shit. Oh man, ice cream and stream. Go get your snacks. Agriev says, you've had a girlfriend. There is hope for developers without parties. Yeah, I don't currently have one though, so there's still sadness involved. Kayla says, keyboard noises are always good. Yeah, I like the keyboard noises. That's one of the things that I like when I'm watching programming streams. You get like the nice little clack. I don't like them at work though. They're super annoying when I'm trying to focus on stuff. Archification says, would be somewhat interested in streaming myself, but Streamlabs is not on Linux. Oh, just use OBS. OBS works fine. You don't need Streamlabs OBS. I don't use Streamlabs OBS. I just use vanilla OBS, which works well enough for me. Have you looked at Vimium? I have not. Team Nano. Yeah, boy. Arch Linux laptop. Someone said Arch. Got him, boys. Don't forget the most important part, patience. Yeah, I think that's the hardest part about streaming. Honestly, the weirdest part for me was like the first probably like 10 streams that I did. It was mostly just me talking to myself and no one watching me. And that part of that is like pretty what's the word? Discouraging. And it's hard getting over that first part, and like hard getting used to being like, oh yeah, I'm just sitting in a room by myself, like talking to a screen. Like I can imagine if someone else was here, this would seem like super weird to them. And honestly, it was super weird to me, and like getting used to that and like comfortable with that was pretty difficult. But I think I'm better at it now-ish, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Can you show OBS video settings? Yes. If you're trying to get me to show my stream key, I'm not gonna do that. There's my stream key. It's super hidden. But yeah, this is my output. Which, yeah, set it 20 or 2000 kbps. This is like the default audio bitrate, so I didn't change anything. And recording is just default, high quality, medium file size. I use the MOV container mostly because it works well with my editor, although I usually only edit if I show something that I shouldn't show on screen. So I hope not to do that and just upload raw footage to YouTube. I do editing when I make YouTube videos though. But anyway, those are my settings. Michaela says, so far behind on chat, you won't see this comment until 2020. True. Taskful says, change the category to just chatting. Hey, we'll write some code eventually. I promise. We'll get some code eventually. Archification says, here's a tip for finding settings easily in Windows. Create a new folder, name it this without quotes. God mode, yeah. That UUID. I've done that before. I'm not gonna do that again. You should check out Vimium. It's Vim keybinds in Chrome and Firefox. I don't like Vim keybinds, so... so I don't know that it would be my cup of tea. You should check out Qt Browser. It's a browser built from the ground up for Vim key bindings. I actually know one of the core devs on Qt Browser, or Qt. Is it Qt Browser? I always forget how to pronounce it. I always screw it up. Where's the... How to pronounce Qt Browser. Qt Browser, okay, I'm right. We good. Computer Science, now renamed to Computer Magic, yeah. About the command system proposal, it's inspired by your chatbot, yeah. But basically, it would have command searching by both name and by keybinds, and help. Yeah, I need to implement help eventually. I don't have help yet, at all. Zolar says, as an SRE, I'd love a graph like that. Oh yeah, the code deck graphs are great, and the cool thing is the system is entirely pluggable. So you can write your own metrics to do whatever graphing you want. So like, you basically implement this base class. This base class allows you to have some flexibility, but there's also this just like set of regex, and the regex will do everything for you kind of mode. And so yeah, you can write your own metrics with that. So like we used it to do a lot of debt tracking there. Kayla Fox says, I don't suppose you'd get this joke, but don't you mean computer view? Computer React. I actually met one of the core devs on Vue when I was at GitHub Universe, which was pretty cool. She was very, very nice. Has quite the Twitter following. Found an obscure define in our codebase the other day along the lines of NTFS time magic. Those are always the scary ones. What kind of forces are we meddling with? Yeah. Artyom asks, is this object-oriented programming? I don't know what this object-oriented means. We kind of have some classes. I don't know. My preferred style of programming is almost entirely procedural. I don't really like object-oriented patterns, and I don't really like functional programming patterns, and so I usually stick to a bunch of like, well, I do like parts of functional programming. Like I like the idea of immutability everywhere, and I like the idea of like pure functions that take values and return values. But I don't like all of the like map, reduce, filter shenanigans like that. That to me ends up producing a lot of not so readable code. Though with Babi, I do have some like mutable state. Like you'll see here, this is a class that maintains some private implementation detail, and I do modify this as the program runs. So there is some like state here, and so it is a little bit object oriented, but yeah, not completely. Knackle Eric says only 2 monitors. Those are rookie numbers. You need to 5x your setup. Yeah, I need to get to that 10x engineer with like my grid of monitors like surrounding me, like the crazy town. Stream key is all asterisks confirmed. Yeah. You got me, guys. I'm wrecked. I'm owned. Took him 8 minutes to get out that comment. Yeah, but I'm caught up now. We're good. 5shot says, do you know anyone in the data sciences field? Yeah. I know a bunch of, like, data science developers. I don't have any, like, friends that do data science. Mostly because, I don't know. I guess I have some friends that do data science. But yeah, I know some. I don't do data science myself because I'm garbage at it. Archification says, speaking of graphs, what if I told you someone made a shell in Rust in which all output is in a searchable table format? That sounds cool. And yes, Michaela, I am caught up. I'm actually caught up now. Assuming that... What does this look like? A modern shell for the GitHub era. Oh. That's cool. Basically, they just implemented the common built-ins, I assume. So like these are the ones that they implement. That's kind of cool. I'm probably never gonna implement my own shell. I say as I implement my own text editor. Now we just need to think of more questions to distract you. Yeah, the real strats here. Okay, so we need to handle key up and key down. And we don't know what to do here yet. So we also need to do down. Which means we'll need to keep track of a history position. And when we press enter, we need to record in the history. If history is not none. And let's see. If history is not none, self.history.setDefault history empty list. So this just makes sure that we have a list to append to. If list and list -1 does not equal the buffer. So this is like if we have a history, or wait, no, this should be if not list or the last element is not equal to the thing that we're typing. So we're only putting something into the history list if it wasn't the exact same thing that we saw before. List.append buff. Okay, so that should get us to saving history when we press enter. Not when we cancel. When we cancel, we won't bother with history at all. But then we have to keep track of the index in the history. This is kind of annoying. You should make your own shell. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make my own shell. First it says, I just finished a freaking PR for a Linux Realtek Wi-Fi driver, and I can't even believe. The code was very messy to say the least. Yeah, most drivers are nuts. Most drivers are crazy. Hey, what's up, AK Navig? What's up, AK? Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. Is that the shell for people addicted to SQL or something? Oh, for tables? I think it's people just like Markdown. Yeah, I don't think I'll write my own shell, Hayden. Although I think at some point, unintentionally, some part of babi will need to work like a shell. So I'll probably end up writing something like a shell, fortunately. But it's gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Someone had said something. I was going to say something. Oh, my only experience with writing a driver. This is super hacky. I was running I didn't want to buy Mac hardware, but I wanted to develop on an iOS app for a school class, and I owned an iPod Touch, and I knew you could write apps for it, just like you could write iPhone apps, and they would run both on the iPod Touch and on the iPhone. But I didn't own an Apple device. But I made a hack, like a hacked up Apple VM, like Macintosh VM, Mac OS 10 VM, whatever, using some like crazy bootloader shenanigans. But the thing was, none of the USB devices worked on it, so I couldn't hook up my iPod Touch to it using USB. So what I did is I wrote my own like really crappy driver to like forward USB events from the iPod Touch, and I mostly got it working. But I spent like 5 days on this hacked up pseudo driver thing, and then like probably a day on the actual app that I was writing. But yeah, that's my experience with drivers, and it was awful, and so many kernel panics because you can't really debug them at all. Yeah, we just have to start making all drivers in Rust. Yeah, yep. That way everything is memory safe, and you definitely can't cause hardware faults in Rust. Hey, what's up, Jackie? This is Nano. Yeah, we're working Nano right here, and Babby over here. We're working on search history for Babby. And hopefully we'll be able to show something soon. This is just the start of it right now, but I've been mostly catching up on chat the whole time. Also, you triggered the bot. Yeah, don't worry about the bot. The bot's just trolling. Parsit says, I'm a disgusted man. The Windows driver equivalent was with encrypted EEPROM register tables. Yeah. Hey, what's that, pouring hot tea on your face? I mean, if that's what you're gonna do, that's, I guess, what you're gonna do. GNU, Linux, yeah. There's a way. It's called quitting your job and spending 10 years of real life doing it for little to no return. True. Okay. So now, in theory, if I do a search and then press enter, it will have saved some state. We can't see it yet, but let's try and see it. How would we do that? Okay, so when we start this function, we probably want to load a history buffer. If history is not none, actually that set default that we did below we'll actually do here. List, let's see. List equals history, let's see, self.history.setDefault. So get that list out. SetDefault also, this is actually one of my favorite functions to use in like interviews or coding puzzles, because it replaces a lot of code. So often you'll write in Python something like this, and this is what I would have written before I knew there was setDefault. You'd have like x equals this, and say you had like some y, some key that you wanted to set. You would do something like if y not in x, x y equals empty list, and then you would say like list equals xy. Or you would do something like this. But all of this code can be replaced with this, which is just kind of nice. Of course, you can replace all of that by using from collections import default dict import. And so you can replace all that with doing x equals default dict list. That does the same thing. Which actually, now that I think about it, maybe I'll just do this. That seems better. Then I don't need all these set default calls. Actions.default dict list. And technically this should be mapping mutable sequence, but whatever. But one thing about history that's kind of interesting, and I'll show you this in the terminal. If I press up and then I modify this, and then I press down and then I press up again, go back to it, my modifications stay here. But if I cancel this and then I press up again, oh wait, what? That was not what I expected. Oh, does modifications stay there? That's weird. I didn't know that. That seems wrong. I don't like that. The way I would do it is if you pressed up again, you would get back to here and just have this original command here. And then if you pressed enter here, then you would be able to go up and see this modification. I wonder if Nano does that. I actually don't need to open a file, now that I think about it. If I search and press up and then cancel, if I search again, yeah, it keeps the old history there. I think I like that behavior better, so that's what we're gonna implement. But if I modify, I modify this and then press down and up again. Okay, I don't like that behavior. So we're gonna implement a mesh of the two behaviors. But long story short, what I mean to do here is we're going to make a copy of the list. So we're gonna if we do modifications, we're gonna be modifying the particular list entry here. And handling it that way. History index equals how do I want to do this? Is I gonna append a string there? I have to deal with a bunch of state here. Let's see. Parsit says no fucking way. I already lost one day of my life, that's enough. Yeah. We should make criminals in labor camps write drivers in Rust for us. Oh, that would be awful. Man. Actually, I don't know. If I went to jail, I think I would want to write code, and so if I could write Rust in jail, maybe that would be not so bad. I feel like their code quality would be pretty bad. Jail camp, yeah. And the morons that encrypt files and provide the key with the other files are just amazingly stupid. Yeah. In Rust, there's an API which is even nicer called entry. Oh, interesting. Parsa says, I knew this. I always modify my pass commands. I mean, yeah, usually I like go to my pass commands and like modify them, but I didn't know it actually changed the history entry. That seems weird to me. 5Shot says, what do you think about non-CS majors working in dev positions? Are they looked down upon? I actually think computer science is one of the fields where people are much more accepting of people coming from different backgrounds, both from like educational perspective and race and ethnicity, gender, etc. I think computer science is one of the places where like you can truly be accepted wherever you come from. Granted, there are going to be scummy people that are going to treat you differently because of that, and like I've definitely been that person in the past. Like I've had like I've talked down to like code bootcamp people and PhD candidates and other stuff like that. It wasn't very right of me, and like I recognize those sorts of things, but at least like I understand those, and like you can be completely successful if you come from a coding bootcamp, or like you're self-taught, or any of those things like that, which I think is really cool. It really comes down to like, can you do the job well? That's what really matters. Let's see. Jackie says, what are you building a driver for? Oh yeah, Parsit was building a Realtek driver. I'm not building a driver, thank God. 5Shot says, I'm coming from a math and statistics background. Well, from a surface area, you would probably be more well suited for like data science and stuff, because that's a lot of math and statistics. But yeah, I think you'd probably do fine. It's also nice to test things in a saner language, yeah, because testing in C is kind of a mess. The twist is you aren't using the Rust lang to program from jail. They make you program with actual literal Rust. That would suck. Now they make you program with Rust game. I imagine someone in computer science would just be happy to meet some people that they have things in common with. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do like to meet people that have common interests. Although, in the Bay Area, sometimes it's nice to meet people that aren't computer science people. Man, it's just like all tech bros all the time, and sometimes it's exhausting. Isbrick says, accepted as long as you use Vim, that is. Oof. And Michaela says, you only have a PhD, filthy casual. So here's the problem. And this is where, like, maybe I'm not saying the most accepting or gatekeeping things here, but there are a decent chunk of PhD candidates that write a lot of code, but most of the code that they write in their PhD work is not like the quality of code that you would expect to see from a classically trained software engineer. Like you'll often see like a bunch of like hacky shit just to get it done. And the other unfortunate thing is like they've been in research for so long that they're not always the best at doing programming interviews, and so like you'll often have people that are like incredibly brilliant but are really bad at like doing basic algorithm stuff. And so sometimes they'll end up in that sort of bucket, unfortunately. So that's my my rationale behind that like not so great thing that I say sometimes. Jackie says, I've been self-taught for a decade now, and I've worked hard to keep my knowledge up to date. Yeah, I'm self-taught as well, even though I have like a official CS degree. Most of the stuff that I learned was entirely stuff that I did myself. Vim Warrior says, some jail, you just make friends with the high-profile inmate, and they can smuggle a machine for you. Oh, I see. I'm Getting Good says, do you have advice for sticking to a project? I'm fucking terrible at sticking to a project. I have so much unfinished stuff on my GitHub. Most of my projects are just like, I get a minimally viable product and then like call it good enough and then hope that maybe I'll fix it later. But like a lot of the stuff that I built is like, I don't know, some of it is like very, very finished. But a lot of it is just like, I have this idea, I'll finish it eventually. I'm hoping to not end up in that bucket with Babi. Like, hoping that I don't get to something that I burn out on the project. Let's see, I want sources, not public. Why did the number go up? Oh, I guess I have private sources. But let's see, what's something that I haven't finished? Oh, I finished this. This was actually one that was at risk for not completing. This was the GitHub action for pre-commit. I got really like, what's the word? Discouraged from working on it, but then eventually just like chat convinced me, and like GitHub Universe was pretty cool, and like I was convinced to actually finish it off. But it ended up being kind of gross, unfortunately. But like, that was a project that I never really finished. This one, I made like a minimally viable product, and it works for what I need, but there's like all sorts of other features that you would want. This project, all repos, the idea behind it is you set up a little configuration. I have an example somewhere. Yeah, you set up a configuration, and it will clone all of your repositories for you, and then you can do like sort of discovery stuff on them. So like, let's say I want to search for all projects that import argparse in Python files. And then it will do a grep across all my code bases, and you can see like, these are all the projects that I've done where I've used argparse, for instance. Including like this massive wall of admin of code, because that was a place where I used argparse a bunch. But yeah, you can also use it as a refactoring tool. It'll like push pull requests to a bunch of repositories and like makes it kind of easy to manage a bunch of repositories at once. But there's all sorts of other features that I would want to add to this. I just don't necessarily have time to do it. What else? I've told this story a bunch of times. I wanted to write a linter for Docker files, but all the parsers kind of sucked, and so I wanted to use the official Go parser. But then I didn't really want to write Go. I wanted to write Python, so I wrote this interop library to interface between Python and Go, which allowed me to write this Python library. If I can spell aso tittle, yeah. Great at spelling my own name. I wrote this library so that you can parse a Docker file and then use it in Python. But I never actually wrote the linter. It's an example where I like burned out on a project. But I'm particularly bad at it. I have a bunch of like, this is an unfinished project. Ruby VM. It mostly works, but also doesn't really, and I don't use it for anything yet. I have a bunch of ideas for features for this project that I never finished. This works. I think this one's feature complete. This one's feature complete. This one is currently broken, and I just like don't have motivation to fix it. This one's feature complete. This one I have some ideas for. This one is feature complete. This one was a project that was overly ambitious and I never finished. It was my own configuration language, and it, like, the demo works, but not usable. This one I had grand ideas for, but then I never finished them. It does the minimally viable thing. This I never finished. This one works, although there's a bug. This one I have ideas for, but mostly finished. This one is feature complete. This is a random mass repository. This one's feature complete, random mass repository. But anyway, like you see, like a lot of my projects are like, I got a minimally viable thing working and then I didn't bother finishing them. And that's just kind of a pattern for me, unfortunately. So no, I don't have any advice there. Hey, what's up, Silent Sneeze? Silent Sneeze. That's a good name. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I honestly forgot Rust is also a game. Yeah, there's also like Nim game too. Nim Lang. But yeah, like whenever you have to search for Rust, you have to search like Rust Lang instead of Rust game. Differentiate the two. Jackie says, I'm in Oakland and people are always talking about Go. Man. I'm Getting Good says, I got depressed in the Bay because all my friends were in tech and it felt like I was never working hard enough. Yeah, man. I get that feeling a lot too. And honestly, I work pretty damn hard, but it's pretty overwhelming. I totally understand that. The acceptance in our sector is because there's a higher deficit of workforce. 60 to 7% free positions and not enough people to fill that position. Yeah, there's a huge demand for software developers. I imagine eventually it'll catch up to it, but I don't know, it definitely hasn't done that yet. I always stick to a project. Make other projects and figure out how what you learn there will apply to your main projects. Yeah, that's true. Did that say Bodo? Yeah, I forked Bodo at some point to make a small pull request, and like, can AWS. They're we're gonna go on another tangent now. I've now decided that I'm never going to commit to another Amazon project because they're just fucking assholes about pull requests. Let me show you one pull request that I made that didn't get accepted for dumb reasons. And this one that's been open for forever, and it's like a super small fix. But yeah, I made this pull request to enable a version of PyYAML in AWS CLI. This was back in March. A bunch of people were like, this is great, please accept this. Change is super simple. It just like changes the upper bound to this on versions that are not Python 2.6. Like, pretty simple patch, pretty easy. March 19th. Scroll down. People have reviewed it. I pinged some of the maintainers in April, so this was like 20 to 30 days later. A bunch of issues mentioned this. Someone was like, hey, we need to merge this. A bunch of people referenced it. I pinged another maintainer. Someone else was like, hey, can we get this merged? I pinged some more maintainers. This is May now, so 2 months later, etc. And then fucking maintainer comes along, basically copies my patch, basically implements exactly the same thing that I did, and just fucking merges it. And I'm like, but what the fuck? I've had this PR and it's been open for months, and this is in June, so April, May, June. Like 100 days later, this guy makes exactly the same patch and merges it instead of mine. And I'm like, what the fuck, mate? Like, bruh. And so I'm just like super miffed on that. I don't think I'll ever contribute to any of their projects again. Just because it's such a shitty contributor experience. Like, PR sitting open for months with nobody looking at it for like a 3-line change is just, or 5-line change, whatever, is absurd. But yeah, I was pretty pissed about this. But yeah, there's a couple other patches that I had started working on for Bodo, and they were like very simple things. But I just closed them because what's the point if they're never gonna look at them? Expolion says, I love pre-commit. Awesome. Well, I created it. It's my baby. It's definitely my project that I've spent the most time on, and it's the thing that I'm most proud of. And so, yeah, I'm glad to hear that you like it. Warrington Seal says, can I interrupt you with a question? Of course. That's what the stream's about. Chat and talking about questions and stuff. Would you be able to recommend some libraries for creating a program that serves the purpose of producing input for an image recognition project? I was thinking about creating a flexible element being bent by a fluid movement, solving beam detection due to fluid flow with NumPy, and then drawing it somehow. No ideas for what to use for the bent element. That's a long question. One sec. Hey, what's up, G96? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I actually don't know much at all about image recognition. I'm not really like in the know with like the whole AI and machine learning and like model fitting, image recognition, voice recognition, like all those sorts of tech. I don't really know too much. My guess is you would use some sort of like tensor library, something like TensorFlow or whatever. For image recognition, I have no idea. You might be able to take like Pillow and load the image and then transform that into some amount of vectors that you would be able to run some machine learning against, but I honestly don't know. I would have to do some like Googling research to figure some stuff out there. So sorry I don't really know that, but hopefully that gives you something to go with. Marvoy says RubyEnv is like RBEnv. Kind of. The idea behind RubyVenv, but I never finished. Actually, I can show you, because it does work, it's just not perfect. Let's see. And you can install it, and it kind of works. It kind of works on Linux. The idea behind it was to build something like virtualenv, not necessarily like RubyEnv, or like RBEnv or RVM, the two popular shell-based Ruby ones. But what I wanted was kind of to have these activate files similar to how virtualenvs work, and so you could source that, and then you have your own copy of gem and your own copy of Ruby, and then you could do like gem install foo. What's a gem? I know Sass is a gem. And it would install it to that local Ruby environment and not loot other ones. And then you could move this environment around and manage environments that way. Similar to how you would do with RBM or RVM, but the hope was to like make it work kind of like virtualenv, which I'm happy with. The way RVM works is super sketch in that like you CD around to make things work, and it overrides the CD built in, which is just like scary. But this just works by prefixing path, similar to the way virtualenv works. You can see like we end up with the renv bin and the gem bin on the path, and that's basically how it works. And it also sets like gem home, I think. You can tell I definitely remember how this thing works. Maybe it only sets path. I guess it only sets path. That's all you need? Oh, anyway. But yeah, I originally was going to write this to replace the Ruby support in pre-commit, but then never finished it. So maybe one day I'll fix it. The other plan was to make it work on Windows, which there aren't any great Ruby installation managers that work on Windows. And Michaela says there's a bug, just one bug, right? There's probably a lot of bugs. There's one that I know of, at least. Artist never finished, just abandoned. That's some hashtag deep stuff there, Isbrook. Parsit says, trust me, Anywright's code is far from bad. Thank you, friend. There's people that don't even know how variables and functions works, but want to get a job in IT, which is absurd. I'll tell you a little secret, take bigger vacation. Yeah, I wish I took more time off. Fortunately, like, whenever I get back from Whenever I get back from vacation, I'm like, damn it, all this stuff happened while I was gone, and now I feel like I'm super behind or whatever. You at least get answers. I'm waiting for responses for months. I didn't even get answers there. It was mostly like other people looking at PRs, not even the Amazon people. Michaela, I'm a bit miffed. You can tell he's super pissed. Yeah. Yeah. I need those squares, yeah. You know I do it for the squares, man. It's the drugs. The drugs that keep me going. Those green squares. To be fair, it appears it was slightly different from your pull request. I'm not very experienced with Git, but I don't think you can pull request a pull request. You actually can. You can request merging into the original branch. But honestly, and it would have been super easy for the guy to be like, oh, it would be nicer if you did it this way. And then I would have, within like minutes of him saying that, fixed it. Like it wouldn't have been a big deal. But oh man. Yeah, he could have been a nice guy and commented about it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Hey, what's up, Specs? What is going on? I'm trying to add history. I've written like 3 lines of code today. It's been a very heavy question stream, but we're working on Babi, which is my text editor. I'm trying to implement history, so that when you search, like, I can use the arrow keys and look at previous history. But yeah, we'll get there eventually. Hit about the image recognition. Look at YOLO. Yeah, I've heard about YOLO. YOLO seems good. OpenCV, I've also heard about that as well. Bex says, dear God, what is your typing speed? That was so fast. I type at around, see, the last time I did a test on stream, it was 119 words a minute. That's pretty accurate for what I usually type. But yeah, I type real fast, which helps with programming a lot because you spend all your time typing. How do you check if something isn't null in Python? You would do like, so like say x is none, you would say x is none instead of equality check. Because none is a singleton, so you want to do identity checks against it. What was the last feature you added to Babi? Search was the last feature that I added to Babi. Along with this, but it's like a super minor feature. This shows like what position you are in the file. But search works. You can use regexes for it. Let's see. Parsit says, actually, there's a whole site that aggregates all of the public repos for state-of-the-art AI/NN implementations. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. You want explicit check? Yeah, something is... Okay, you guys are answering that. Perfect. MoPlay says, how long have you been coding for? I started programming when I was like 10 years old, which was about 18 years ago, to cheat on math homework. To do the quadratic formula for me, basically. But I've been doing various programming languages since then. I was at 126 words per minute last time I did a thingy. But it's just like 1 minute test, and the longer ones, it gets down a lot. Yeah, my accuracy isn't that great, but it works out pretty well. I met the AWS guy who stole your patch, needed the squares. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He didn't have enough squares. Here's the typing test. We're not going to do a typing test. Yeah, none in Python is similar to null in JavaScript. It's actually probably more like undefined. Although Python doesn't really have a difference between undefined and null. There's only one of them. My god, I type at 60 words per minute. My record is 81. What flavor of regex is Babi? It's just going to be Python's regex. So, Python. Which is similar to PCRE, but not quite. JavaScript's null is basically the same as Python's none. Yeah. I guess you could say that, and then there's no equivalent for undefined. Undefined is key error, or type error, or attribute error, or anything like that. Okay, yes, back to this. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this usage of buff with a list, and that'll simplify the code a lot. And I'll just append an empty string at the end, and that's where we'll start. Actually, I can do some sneaky code here. This is a new splatting operator. This is super non-obvious code though, so I don't know that I like this, but it's cheeky. So we'll go with it for now. We're not going to use negative offsets for this, yes. But that'll get rid of buff. Oops, typoed here. And we're gonna use this history entry here as the actual thing that we're editing, and go from there. Hey, what's up, MoPlays5566? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, there's lots of flavors of regex. There's a bunch of them. Even in grep, there's like 3 different flavors. Hey, what's up, Red Rounder? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, like there's like if you do, let's see, what's an example? If you get, let's see, if you do grep foo / well, normal parenthesis. Actually, what's a function in search? So this is normal regex mode. If you switch to extended regex mode, parentheses now have a special meaning. They're a grouping element, and so if you need a literal parenthesis, you have to escape them. And then there's Perl regex mode, which is capital P, I think, which will use the PCRE flavor, which has like multi-line and a bunch of other stuff. But then Python's regex is slightly different than all 3 of these, and like everyone kind of has their own different one. And then there's like ECMAScript JavaScript, or ECMAScript regexes, which I think is what C++ uses also, and JavaScript of course uses. Yeah, there's all sorts of different implementations. You take this procrastination to a professional level. I'll go ahead and ask you if you've done this. Antschallenge.org. I have not. I don't do any AI stuff. Have not. Got me. Is that a lambda in Python? I don't see any lambdas on screen, but let's see. Do I have any lambdas in this project? No, I don't have any lambdas. But yes, you can do lambdas in Python. Let's see. Red Render says, is there any advantage on learning Python on Linux versus Windows 10? I have both and I want to learn. It's really based on what tools you want to use for either of them. I prefer Linux because I'm more familiar with the like command line tool set there. But Python works just as well on Windows and on Linux for almost everything. There's going to be like differences in library support and other stuff like that, but it's going to be slightly different. Hey, what's up, Azar1? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Regex works on Discord. If you sent, oh yeah, you can use the replacing syntax. I'm bummed that Discord's syntax for replacing doesn't have a trailing slash though. Like it's broken. Michaela says, "Stop knowing things, Anthony. I already feel dumb. I'm sorry." Hey, what's up, Kentro? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day is going well. The conclusion is don't use regex if you don't need to. Yeah. Yeah, ECMAScript is JavaScript, yes. Oh, the arrow thing. Yeah, no, these are type annotations. So like, this is saying, this is basically a comment that says this variable will be of type margin, and this returns none. So these are comments. They don't actually do anything in execution, but you can use a tool to type check them. The tool that I use is called MyPy. You can see I've configured MyPy here, and it'll just validate that the types are sound within those functions. But it's pretty cool. Azar1 says, I'm stuck with some image segmentation and object detection problems. Do you have any knowledge with that to help me out? Unfortunately, I know nothing about those. I'm sorry. One day I probably should learn it, but I haven't yet. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do for history editing. This star has the side effect of slicing this, so I got rid of that slice from before. But anything that's dealing with buff now needs to be fixed. So... list pause. Hopefully I didn't use the word or the variable line anywhere else. Where else do we use buff? Use it down here. That there. List pause. So we're just unbreaking the code. It's kind of annoying. The code before looked a lot nicer, and this new indirection is a little bit gross. List pause. But there isn't really mutable strings in Python, so you kind of have to do this, I guess. That's fine. Oh, I could be using find and replace. That would make this way better than me typing this over and over. Oh, that one's very close to the end of the line. Okay, so that should pass all the current tests, hopefully. We'll just run some of the command mode tests. Oh yes, passes all of the tests. Definitely not a syntax error somewhere. Yeah, this is what I get for sloppily not using find and replace. Specs says, I have a question based on top of that. Why would you use Python if you're going to type check? What is the purpose of that? I mean, types are great, man. Types are awesome. Oh, return buff. Yeah, we need to fix this one down here. I like Python in this case because it allows me to, like, I like the testing libraries that are associated with it, so that's nice. I didn't really want to write C. C++ would have been fine, but I think I would have taken a lot more time to build all of the things that I needed. The standard library in Python is fine, and I'm really using like the type checking as a linter kind of, and so it's not like I'm not like entirely using that. Oh man, got more tests than last time because I don't know how to type. But yeah, it's fine. Mods are AFK, everybody. Everybody riot. Yeah. Happy to find a Python person on Twitch. There's some of us. We do some Python. Not sure if I asked this last stream, but do you use any fuzzer with your tests? I have not yet. I have used a fuzzer in the past, but not yet. Most of them are just like handwritten tests. But I probably will at some point, but haven't used them yet. Yeah, the annotations are the type checking stuff. I mean, I do use a type checker, so I use MyPy to type stuff, or to check stuff. You're going through the effort of doing all this type checking, then why wouldn't you use a typed language? Yeah, I mean there are advantages to the libraries, is what I'm saying. And the hints are nice, and it's gradual typing. Like I don't have everything perfectly typed. Like there's a lot of any in my code right now. Maybe not a lot of any. But like this is pretty hard to type properly, so I guess I don't have that much any. Just these keyword arguments that get passed along. But yeah, it's gradual typing. So like I don't type annotate any of my tests, for instance, because I just don't give a damn about the types and tests. If the types are wrong there, I'll get a test failure, which is perfect, exactly what I want. But I think the important part is that it's gradual typing. Look at the import list, yeah. Typing, and then all these other things that I'm using. Python starts to look like Java. Yeah, well, I'm not going to use star imports, so... Okay, so I think what we almost have this working now that I think about it. because we just want the up and down arrow keys to work. So we can say list pause equals min 0. Actually, it would be max 0. List pause -1. And then the down key would do list pause equals min of len list -1 and list pause +1. And in theory, that should let us get search history. Close some of these tabs because I have too many of them. Cool. So if we open up Babi now and I search for foo, or search, list index out of range. Yes, we're still listening to the background music. Why did that crash? 299. Oh, because I clobbered the list variable. We have two different lists here. We have the history list, which is the persistent one, and then we have the temporary one for this prompt function. So if we search for that, and now if we press up, oh my god, it kind of works. Look, we have history, kind of. And we press down a bunch of times, it doesn't work. If we modify it, go down, and oh. The position's all sorts of messed up though, so we have to fix that too. But it kind of works. It's a little glitchy, but it kind of works. Hey, what's up? Is that a Q? Crinrix? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm assuming it's a Q. Looks like a Q. Yeah, so we have a little bit of a bug here with the cursor positioning, but that's easily fixed. I think. See, in a terminal, what happens when you do it? If you press up, it takes you to the end of it. What if you scroll over? Yeah, I think we can just do that then. We'll set it to the end position. So that's easy. Pause equals len of list pause. Oh, is that how that should work? Okay, that seems good. Damn, it's coming along. Maybe this is easier than I thought it would be. Because I've only written 6 lines of code there. Most of this was just renaming stuff. But I bet this line is too long now. Damn it. Okay, no, it's not too long. What is wrong with star imports? The biggest problem with star imports is it makes linters useless because they don't know how to inference the types proper, or they don't know how to inference the names properly, and so you wouldn't know whether like a name is just a typo or it comes from a star import or not. So it's not like Java where it can just like trace all the libraries and know exactly what will exist. Unfortunately. Len -1, where was that? Here? Oh, because we don't want to go outside the bounds of the list. We want the last element of the list at most. When you press down, you don't want to go past the bottom. Rolito Ku asks, you run Linux natively? I do, but not on this computer. Here it's a virtual machine. I'm actually running Windows. But yeah, I do run Linux natively on a couple of my computers. My work laptop, I dual boot Mac OS and Linux, and I spend 99.9% of my time in Linux. I run Linux natively on my media computer that sits in my living room. But other than that, I use virtual machines because they're easier to manage for me. And I play video games on Linux, so games, man. Okay. Yeah, I use Linux at work. Yeah. It was actually one of the reasons that I quit my previous job was they were like, you're not allowed to run Linux anymore. And so I was like, well, cool, I'll go find somewhere else that will let me run Linux, and bye. That wasn't the whole reason that I left, but it was one of the reasons that I left. Patient says, wait, video games on Linux? No, I do video games on Windows. That's why I run Windows. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've played some games on Linux, but not that many. Yeah, I was not allowed to run Linux. This was at Yelp. The security people were like, or the IT people, they weren't security people. They knew fuck all about security. They were like, Linux is less secure than macOS because it's open source, and so people could see all the vulnerabilities all the time, and like it won't be properly patched and all this shenanigans. And it's like, I was like, dude, don't lie to me. Like, the reason you want me to run Linux is because you want to run your corporate spyware on my computer. That's your actual reason. Like, don't give me this bullshit about security. Like, I've been like working on internet security for, probably almost 10 years at that point. Like, I fucking know what I'm talking about. Like, don't bullshit me. Also, did you know that we run 10,000 Linux hosts in production? So don't at me. This dude came up. Oh man, remember this guy? Because my friend that sat next to me at Yelp also ran Linux. His name's Chris. He's awesome. He's the best programmer I've ever met. But yeah, this like IT guy comes up and like starts screaming at Chris for running Linux, and we're like what the? I'm just like, is this guy for real? And Chris is just like, huh? Yeah, go for it. What? Yeah, like, okay. At me, bro. Like, while he's like screaming about running Linux. No, I'm not a net security person. I just have a personal interest in dealing with a lot of like internet security related things. Like I'm a hobby security developer, but I'm not that as like a job. I just like to fiddle with stuff. I like to break stuff, that sort of thing. I was just wondering why some of the pause assignments to Len don't have -1. Oh, these ones? Oh, why this is not -1? Because the insertion position of search here is actually past the end of the string. So like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? What is this? What? What is happening right now? Why is there this random Oh, okay. I had highlighted it in my terminal. That's why that was there. Okay. Just losing my mind there. But yeah, it's the insertion point is at the end of the string, so it's the exact length, whereas the last character in the string is this position right here. That's why it's different in those places. Linux is insecure, better take down our servers. Yeah, true. But yeah, this IT guy was a angry guy who had way too much power. But I was like not one of the I was not the only person that he forced out from his whack-ass policy. I know a bunch of people that worked at Yelp and like ran Linux for years and then changed policies and became too big of a company and like forced people out that way. But I'm very fortunate to work at Lyft, where we're very accepting of people that run Linux. So our entire level 5 division, the like self-driving car stuff, they all run Linux desktops. And in core Lyft, you can ask for IT to get you a Linux laptop, and you can run Linux on that. And they'll give you a little YubiKey so you can do VPN, and like you're kind of on your own for like running software and stuff, but it mostly works. You break it, you buy it kind of deal. And like, I think if you're running Linux, you kind of understand that. And so like, I've just spent a lot of time debugging VPN setups and stuff. Hey, what's up, Pixel? Pixel, I see. Nice, that's clever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'd rather be told that they wouldn't let me use Linux because they needed their monitoring software to run my computer than having them give me a bullshit excuse. Yeah, me too. That's why I like called them out on it. I was like, my dude, I know why you want this. It has nothing to do with security. Patient says, what's the reason behind the corporate spyware? I don't know. Like, you get to a large enough company and you kind of want some amount of monitoring of your employees for whatever you want. But Knowledge says, I'd love to have some IT dweeb come shout at me. Having worked as a bouncer, they might learn not to shout at innocent people. Yeah. The unfortunate problem is this dude was fucking huge and he was jacked. Like, he was like bouncer type material. He was not the typical IT dweeb. He was, oh, strong man. That seems right, yeah. Cass says, why would they lie to software developers about the reason for switching? That's dumb. That's a dumb and shitty thing to do. Well, this guy was a dumb and shitty person. This guy was a dumb and shitty person. Control C and you're fine, yeah. Isberg says, have a look at HashiCorp Vault if you're into security architecture. Yeah, we used Vault at Yelp, and we're actually looking into switching to Vault at Lyft. We'll hopefully use that soon. Sounds like a good way to lose all your smart tips. Yeah, and honestly, the people that were running Linux on their laptop were some of the more like hardcore developers, and got forced out due to this unfortunate policy. But you know, it happens. Pixel says, what are you working on? I am writing my own text editor. And the thing that we're working on right now is making search work better. So this is the search behavior that I implemented last time, and we're making history work for it. So if I press the up arrow, we can get to previous search entries and like scroll through those. Like make a new search entry, still go up and down and still be able to look at those. And you can edit the previous search entries, and if you press enter now, if I search, like it'll show that was the last search thing that I searched for. Oh, it didn't save the one that I didn't press enter. That makes sense though. I think this is working how I want it to. Yeah, we're working on implementing search history. The thing that doesn't work right now is if I cancel and exit and then re-enter, the search history is gone. So I need to make that work better. Hopefully that answers that. I've taken down people twice my size. It's all about applying the right force. You and me both, buddy. Man, I was a tiny little kid in high school, but I would push and shove my way and like knock over football players in the hallway if they were getting in my way. Like it's all about leverage, man. Center of gravity, like managing that, and if you're super strong. So I assume you're super strong. I was not though. Patient, yes, I am making my own text editor. Let me give you guys the quick demo since it's been a while since I've done that. But Babi is the text editor that I'm writing. I've written it from scratch. I started in about July, maybe June. I think it was July. For now, it's mostly a Nano clone because Nano is my primary text editor, and I eventually want to replace my usage of it with Babi. But it's implemented from scratch in 1093 lines of Python. It does a bunch of stuff. This is the first thing that I usually show. This is the color test mode, which will eventually be used for syntax highlighting. But for now, it just shows this pretty little rainbow thing. Babi can edit itself. Here's Babi, opening Babi. You can scroll around with like arrow keys and stuff. There's some keyboard shortcuts to jump around between like lines, like home and end work, Control A, Control E. You can scroll with Control V, Control Y, page up and page down work. Control End and home, go to the beginning and the end of the file. You can edit text, you can undo and redo, you can delete and backspace, and you can also undo and redo those things, and like it maintains a full stack of all those things. You can save. I'm not going to save this file because it's the actual text editor. You can jump to a particular line in the file, so very large numbers will just go to the end of the file. You can do like negative line numbers to go offsets from the bottom. You can do search, which is what I implemented last time. You can query what position you are in the file, and so that'll give you this here. You can quit it with Vim commands. What else? Anyway, there's a bunch of features, but it mostly works as a text editor. Oh, there's also can open multiple files. So here's it opening 3 files at once. So like if I say I edited this file, I can switch to this other file, and it maintains the state between the files. You can see like it knows that this file is edited and I'm at that position in the file. It knows that this is a brand new file that's not edited, and stuff like that. So I guess I can show you saving here. You save the file named 1, close all these. You can see it saved the file. It is actually a text editor. But that's Babi. That's it's my little text editor. But yeah, and the thing that we're working on today is search history. So if you search for something, and say you search for something else, you can press up and down and look at the previous searches and re-execute them. But that's the short demo of what Babi does. Yeah. So I'm not making I'm making the search functionality of my editor, but I'm not just making a search thing. I'm making the full text editor experience. Are you using a data store or SQLite? For search history, well, I haven't stored it all yet. But the actual editor portion is just files on disk. But I do like SQLite, so if I need it somewhere, I will probably use it. Pixel says, what is your educational background and how long have you been employed internships in college? I have been doing programming for almost 18 years now. I started self-taught. I did go to school. I went to school at the University of Michigan and graduated with the CS degree, but I only spent 2 of the 4 years actually doing CS at Michigan. I've had a couple of internships. So the first one I had was out of high school, working at a corporate ERP enterprise resource planning company where I started as QA and then did development work. I also had an internship at Yelp. I worked full-time at Yelp, and now I'm working full-time at Lyft. And so I've been full-time for since 2013. But that kind of gives me that. It kind of gives you that background. Hopefully that answers that. People at school learn not to fight me in school. I'm deceptive. People assume they can take me on, then walk away limping. Nice. Nice. Tier Zoo Software Developer Edition. I put EVs into my speech because my attack IVs were low. Nice. The solid Pokemon references there. A shin to the crotch works just as well. Husky asks, can you do splits? Oh, in my editor? I thought you meant like splits in real life. I cannot do splits in real life. I don't have splits implemented in my editor yet, either. But maybe one day. Who knows? Nano doesn't have splits, so I'm not going to implement it until I get the base features that I need. Cas9 says, how do you always pick up where you left off reading chat, even when it scrolls all the way up? I have a photographic memory, so that helps a little bit. But yeah, that's how I remember. Thanks. Thanks for the tour. Yeah, happy to show it off. As a lizard, I am immune. Isbrick says, is there a goal to keep it like Nano, or would you accept PRs of features you like? Yeah, there's no goal to keep it like Nano. I do want to keep like the baseline features that I use right now, but I will add more functionality later. But my primary goal right now is to implement the functionality that I use in Nano, and then I'll add features on top of that. But until I get to feature parity, I'm gonna keep using Nano, sadly. But yes, I will eventually add other features and like plugins and modal stuff and all sorts of other fun stuff. Do you split your code files? Do you mean like, do I program in more than one file? Eventually. But until then, Babi will just be one very long file. But I don't use splits currently when I develop stuff. I usually just open another window, switch between tabs and stuff. What did I say last stream? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you did ask about me changing Babi to be multiple files last stream, and I'm pretty sure we answered that before. I talked about splitting the test suite up, and then I ended up doing this instead. So, Asian Patient's gotta head out. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully, I'll see you around in the future. Don't need type checking when you have photographic memory. It doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. It also doesn't mean I remember everything perfectly. It just means that, like, can selectively recall particular images of stuff, and like positions in chat's pretty easy for me. Did you like the link that I posted about the ANSI C syntax weirdness? Yes. I actually knew that already though, because the syntax for this is syntax sugar for this. They're the same thing. Due to the way pointers work. And so it kind of makes sense that and this end up being the same thing. Was it this? Oh no, it was YX and it was this. These are all the same thing because addition is commutative, meaning you can flip it either direction. But yeah, I did like the link. I remember when I first saw that and I was like, God, I hate C. Why is it like this? But then it kind of made more sense after I thought about it. But yeah, it's one of those wild things. Is there a link to this playlist? Yes. There's a link in the description below, but here's the current position if you want. The minus sign, that part was kind of weird, where unary minus is lower on the precedence than other things. What is this video you sent me? Works nano.
Nano.
Is it gonna do it again? Oh, that's Robin Williams.
Shalbat.
Nano. Nice. Commutativity. Yeah, look at that big ass word I used, meaning that you can switch the direction and it means the same thing. Like 1 plus 2 is the same as 2 plus 1. Just like 1 or 2 is the same as 2 or 1. Because like ors are commutative. Multiplication is commutative, but division is not. Subtraction is not. For instance. Okay, so we got, let's see, let me look at my checklist. Okay, we got up and down working, cool. Got enter appending, cool. We need to save the history. Gotta do that. We will store it separately. We've already figured out how to do that. We will save it on close. Oh, and then we need to do Control R. Control R is gonna be a little bit tricky. Math major here. You could say I'm pretty good at addition. Yeah, I'm a CS major here. I'm good at adding and subtracting 1. How often do you use the name tuple type? I really like name tuples. They're pretty nice, and the typing name tuples I think are way better than the old classic ones because you get this like very declarative syntax. Like it's easy to like make comments about particular portions of stuff. But this file only has 2 name tuples, but I use them whenever I can. Oh yeah, the Python to Rust transpiling. Yeah, I've seen that. There's also a Rust to Python transpiler. You could just keep going around in circles for forever. Oh, what is name tuple? This is it's a magical base class which takes the type annotations in the body and turns them into a immutable plain old data class. Immutable meaning you can't change it after construction. But it actually is a tuple. So let me give you an example. Oops. So if I construct one of these, just this syntax is enough to make the initialization, the repr. You can iterate for them, or through them. I said for because I was typing for. You can iterate over them. They're pickleable. If I can type properly. So you can convert them to a binary format. Basically, this base class adds a bunch of functionality automatically. But if you look at the bases of this type, it just inherits from tuple. And the way that it works is kind of tricky. Let's see if we can do this without opening the code. Don't know how to disassemble property objects. What is the actual function? Oh, yeah. So here's the implementation. Here's how it works. The X member of this class is a property, and that property wraps a getter, and the getter is operator.itemGetter0, which means that it will retrieve the 0th element from self. So if we do like C1 foo and then retrieve the 0th element, that's the same as the this will make it more obvious. That's the same as the X element inside this tuple. So it is actually a tuple, but it has these like special getters that let you retrieve the attributes of it. And I really like name tuples because they're a really simple way to make a class without having to deal with all the boilerplate. But the old school name tuple was in the collections module, and the equivalent to what I just wrote, you would have to do this, and that'll give you a name tuple class. But you don't get the type annotations here, but this works the same way. But it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. Name tuples are also immutable, yes. However, and this is a mistake that people make a lot. So we have like, we have this name tuple class here. So if I make an instance of this, if I try and assign X, it's not going to let me do that. Also, if I try and assign some like random attribute, it doesn't let me do that. However, you can make this mistake, which happens a lot, if you inherit from that class. Let's just do a trivial inheritance. So you again like have a new class here, new class name, whatever. And you still can't assign to the attributes that are defined there. So if I try to reassign X to 2, that doesn't work. However, you can assign to random ass attributes, and it just kind of works. And it allows you to mutate them. You didn't use underscore. Yeah, I didn't use underscore. For shame. But yeah, it allows you to assign to random ass attributes if you inherit from them, unless you do this very specific way of inheritance. You have to set slots equal to the empty tuple, and now if we make one of these, we still have this property, and we also retain this property. But you have to remember to do that when you inherit. So what double under slots does is, so a normal class, so if we make a C instance here, a normal class will give the instance a double under dict, and if we assign attributes into that, you'll see that this double under dict actually represents the class state of that instance. So like this is the actual attribute, and that's the actual value that lives there. But what a slots object does, let's make a slots object that has an A slot, and if we make an instance of D, if we try and assign to a random attribute, it doesn't work, but you can assign to the slot. It's D.A. And the reason for this is The D instance does not have a double interdict. Slots changes how the object gets stored. Normally in Python, everything is dictionaries. It's dictionaries all the way down. But what slots does is it makes the object more like a tuple behind the scenes. So like you have slots that you put the variable values into, and so you can only modify stuff inside of those slots. But the double under slots equals empty tuple just means don't give me a double interdict when I construct this, and so it will just restore the previous behavior. Goombak says, when does this actually come up? Is this common? Also, hi. Hello, Goombak. Welcome back to the stream. There's other reasons to use slots which come up pretty often. Like I think the most common use of slots is to control the amount of memory used. So generally, slots objects will be less memory intensive than their dict counterparts. Mostly because dictionaries have to store a bunch of other alternate data, and slots are literally just a little contiguous chunk of memory. Hey, what's up, Fallout Gust? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. So you'll often see slots when you're trying to save memory. You'll also see it when you're trying to be immutable. But often you can just inherit from some immutable type and do it that way. When would you inherit from a name tuple, though? Well, in the old school version, you would inherit from a name tuple if you ever wanted to add like classes or like functions in addition to the data stuff. So like, I wouldn't have needed it here, but if we look at my margin class, I add additional functions here, and so I would have needed to inherit from a name tuple. Like the old way to write this would have been class margin collections dot name tuple margin header footer. This is how I would have written it before typing.nametuple existed. But now that there's typing.nametuple, I don't need to do that crap anymore. You have these nice type annotated stuff. Recently I found that I can't override methods of C extension objects. Did you know how I solved this? Oh no. No. I don't want to know. I probably know, but I don't want to know. You can just reassign the C pointers at the end of the day using C types and stuff. Goombak says the fact that you know this, you sir, 10x engineer. Well, it gets worse. So tuples are immutable, right? Not completely. You can actually mutate them. Let's see, do I still have... I think I have a wiki page about this. Was it the closure one? Yeah. Oh, this was setting cells, but there's a pi tuple set item. Yeah, so let's see if my C types wizardry still works. C types. Make a tuple. Helio. Instead, we're using pi tuple set item, and the argument types of this are pi object, integer, pi object. Types dot. There a C to be a C sign size, so C long. C long. And then where did our tuple go? So we have this tuple, and then you can do C types dot Python API dot pi tuple set item with X, and we'll set position 2 to, oh noes. System error, bad argument to internal function. Oh, do I need to set the return value too? Object.c, bad argument to internal function. Oh, am I looking at the wrong API? This looks right. Anyway, there is a way you can do it with the C API, but whatever. I fucked it up here somehow. But you can actually mutate a tuple. This is a bad demo, but whatever. I'm not gonna find the actual answer because I want to finish the code I'm writing. Even easier inheritance, yeah. I recently learned the hard way that default class variables should be immutable. Yes, that's true. Because if you do something like class C x equals a list, and then you make a C, and then say c.x foo equals bar, c.x foo equals bar, and then you make another one. Oddly enough, this one has exactly the same foo, even though it's a different instance. But yeah, that's because this is actually stored on the class and not stored on the instances themselves. Does it matter that the doc was for Python 2? Maybe. That might have been the problem. But actually, the same. I actually checked the signature, and it's the same in Python 3. So, I don't know. I probably fucked something up. This function steals a reference to O and discards a reference to the item already at the... Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work. Who knows? But whatever, not a big deal. Oh yeah, this jam is good. I like this song. But yeah, what were we actually working on? Oh, we were saving and restoring history, and then I'll try and implement Control R. Control R, I don't know how to, like, I'll need to like do some fiddling with to figure out how it works. Okay, so I think what I want to do, so the way Nano stores history is weird. I don't like it at all. It's in, let's see, local share Nano search history. So this is the search history for Nano, but it's also the replace history. So the first 100 lines of this file are the search history, and the last 100 lines of the file are the replace history. I don't like that because, like, seems arbitrary to me. But what I'm gonna do after I say hello to Longdoc, thank you for the follow. What I'm going to do is we're going to have a babi directory here, and we're going to have a history directory, and then in the history directory we'll have like search, replace, commands, etc. And they'll each be their own separate file. So that's how I want to do this. So let's do the saving and restoring of that. Make sure we're actually in a clean copy of the file. That's babi, we're not actually doing editing there. And so the saving and restoring is actually going to happen from this status class right here. Save history. Load history. Actually, I bet I can do it as a context manager. Yeah, like I could do something like with screen.save history. That's a feature that I don't have implemented in babi that I have recently learned that I like, that I will have to implement, but I think this is how I would do this. So that way when you call it, when you enter this, you load the history, and then when you exit this context manager, you'll save the history. I think I like that. But it would be screen.status.save history. This will be the loading part, and this will be the saving part. This is a generator of none. Aiden says, I got a fairly good demo of a command system here. Just working on shorter aliases and finding by keybinds. Ah. Kubek says, do security people at your work ever break your code like pen test the tools? They don't break my shit. No. They do break internal stuff occasionally. What is a common way you use the pickle module? Don't use the pickle module. Pickle module is evil. One common way that it gets used though is like in multiprocessing. When you're serializing some data to send to a multiprocessing worker, you'll often serialize with like pickle thing. Dear Jesus, dear Lord God, do you know which symbol is called the grave accent? I do actually know. It's the thing that I call the backtick. This is the grave accent. It's the grave character. And do you know how I learned this? I actually learned this from playing Minecraft, playing modded Minecraft. Because when you rebind keys, especially for a mod called Vein Miner, the default binding for Vein Miner is the grave key. And like I was like, what the fuck is that? And ended up Googling it. Why not use SQLite for search and history? It has full text search and query built in. Because I don't... I mean, I have regexes, and the search part's already done. It's super straightforward. The history part is like just storing a flat file. I don't think I need SQLite for this. I also don't think it helps. Also, hey Juan, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I would recommend not using pickle, if possible. Hey, what's up, TV Josh? Welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. When you're trying to debug, what's a good way to print out dictionaries and other complex objects? Ah, I'm about to change your life, man. About to change your life. What is an example of a really complex object that I can load quickly and show you? I'll just make one arbitrarily. I guess I can debug babi. That'll be a way to do it. Actually, let's do it here. Get a breakpoint. So there's this really awesome module called pprint, and it will pretty print your lines for you. So instead of seeing this jumbled mess that's really hard to see, it will try and format them more nicely. And so you can see, like, here it tried to do one line per line, for instance. And it also does stuff for dictionaries and stuff. I don't really like the default format that PrettyPrint uses, because it uses like these wacky hugging parentheses and some super awesome one space indents. I don't like that portion. And I'm actually kind of, this is another one of my unfinished projects. I'm actually working on forward porting this module. This is a rewrite of pprint that produces code how I would write it. Like, this is how I would indent a pretty printed thing. This is how the standard lib pprint does, which is just like, in my opinion, hideous. But need to get some more infinite free time and spend some more time making this work in Python 3 again. But yeah, pprint's pretty good. I wish it was better, but it's pretty good. Is that a damn flying shark on your shirt? Yes, this is a it's a meme from a YouTube channel that I follow. It's technically a humming shark. It's a cross between a hummingbird and a shark. It comes from this quote: "Hummingbirds are the sharks of the sky," by Jordan Marin, who's better known as Captain Sparkles. But yeah, there's a whole like fandom page about it if you want to check it out. But yes, that's what this shirt is from. Related quotes: "Are owls birds?" But anyway, yes, that's what the t-shirt is from. It's pretty weird. I mostly wear it because no one else knows about that, so it's fine. Wondering what Anthony's Minecraft world looks like. I haven't played Minecraft in a long time. Let me see. I probably have some screenshots of my old Minecraft worlds. See if I can find some of those. The screenshots? Where's my screenshots folder? Is it in the photos? No. Where the hell did my screenshots go? Those are my maps, not that. Recordings. Huh. Maybe it's in my backups. Music, home directory, phone pictures, old server, data, Minecraft. these are old, really old screenshots. This is right when Lapis came out, way back when. This is when chests were buggy and didn't have the proper join texture. This is my handle. I'm Fernie. This was a multiplayer server that we played on, and this house was called the Love Shack. And the sign there says, this one says where the magic happens, and this one says don't forget to close the door, winky face. This is when I first found a slime for the first time, and these are really old screenshots. This is my lava house. It was really cool because it was entirely enclosed in glass and lava, and you would walk in and it was basically just lava. This is when I was trying to get, oh, this was a long time ago. This is when I was trying to get records, because you had to have a skeleton shoot a creeper to get a record. Hey, what's up, TKG Momo Sheep? Thank you for the follow. I'm just going through some Minecraft screenshots right now. Oh, this was the first time that I found an underground flower in Minecraft, which was, I think it was a bug at the time, but now they've decided it's a feature. Oh, this was the first time that I found a dupe glitch. You can see my entire inventory got duped here. This is a weird screenshot where there was grass underwater. More slimes. This is my skeleton grinder. This is the first time I saw a spider jockey. Solid Triforce here. That's my old world. I don't know what my new world looks like. Oh, I also... Oh, do I not have... Huh. Yeah. I don't know, I haven't played in a while. Most of my recent Minecraft has been Skyblock stuff. If it's anything like it's Pokedex, it's a 10-year-long project. I can't escape backticks in Discord. Discord's buggy, of course. P-print. I need to spend some time to learn all the options. Your version of it looks great for that reason. Sensible defaults, yeah. Aztecs thought warriors turned into hummingbirds when they died. Interesting. I did not know that. Some sick facts from TV Josh here. But anyway, that's P-print. You played Minecraft, nerd. I used to play a lot of Minecraft. Honestly, one of the best purchases I ever made, just based on amount of time playing. Okay, so okay, this code's still here. Okay, so we need to load all of the histories out of tilde, local, nano, etc. Not nano, babi. What is your PR? Is this your command mode? Didn't you already do one of these? These parentheses don't do anything, by the way. Yeah, this is hard to type, unfortunately. Also, you got some JavaScript names here. Where's your underscores, bro? This would be dictionary of stir to command. This would be dict stir command. And I would use a tuple here. Yeah. Seems fine. Seems similar to the last time you did this. Did you forget you did this already? Because you have another PR that looks like this. Fuck? Why are there so many PRs here? Why have I closed almost all of them? Oh, what? I was like, who the fuck is Ghost? Hi, I'm at Ghost. I take the place of user accounts that have been deleted. Nothing to see here. Move along. Alright, this is Hayden. This is Hayden number 2. Yeah. This is your last attempt at this, Hayden. Why does the code look so different? Oh, you must have merged wrong. Oh my god. But yeah, here's your last. You even had the type right last time. Except you used type dict instead of name tuple, but. But look, Hayden, you wrote the same code twice. But yeah, you can get this branch back even if you've deleted the branch. You didn't delete the branch, so you still have this branch. But anyway. Where would I use tuples? Instead of lists, basically. What is the XDG directory that I need here? XDG data home. For // dot local. It's local / share though, right? Yeah. XD data home is either not set or empty, a default to home local share should be used. Perfect. So the history dir would be this joined with babi / history. There's probably some environment variable to disable history, right? I don't want the history of environment variables. Environment variables related to bash history. Disable history, environment variable. Analog detected. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Unset the hist file variable. Seems very bash specific. I was hoping there's like a standard that allows you to disable all history. Well, seems like everyone makes their own environment variable. Maybe we'll do the same thing for babi. Although it's not a single file, it's a bunch of files. Oh, you can get the branch back, Hayden, if you, let me show you how you would get that branch back, even if you deleted it. So you can go here, on this pull request, and then you can do .patch, and that'll give you a full patch. You can copy and paste this patch. You would clone babi. And then you would figure out, oh, the music's real loud right now. Why you do this to me? It's one song every time. And then you would figure out from this here, you would find your first commit. You rebased this commit though, yikes. Oh shit, and it was based on a partial commit. That's rough. Actually, it's a lot harder to get this back. But you can actually, let me try this other way instead of copy and pasting the patch. Get remote Hayden. I can never remember how many Y's and how many N's it is. See, it's 2 N's and 3 Y's. Hayden, wait. 2 N's, 3 Y's. And /babi. Git fetch. Oh wait, it's on origin. Fetch pull request revision. /ID/head. What number was it? 30? No, that's the old. That's the new one. That's the old one. 13. /13/head pull branch. Yeah. So this is that branch. With your command stuff there. And then if you wanted to, you could rebase on top of origin master and deal with all the painful merge conflicts and have fun with that, but that would be how you could get that branch back. If you wanted to. I don't know if you would want to. Whatever you do, do not look in our mutual Discord server. Which mutual Discord server? I know we're on 2 different Discord servers now, but I'll leave the Discord server for after the stream. Hey, what's up, XD? I wonder how much money the guy that made Adblock made. Yeah, true. Hey, what's up, Twist? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. But anyway, yeah, that's how you could recover that branch. But yeah, how do I want to disable history? Is that a thing I want to do? Why do I have a notification? Oh, this is all this branch here. That's my one unread in my inbox too. Oh, we still want this. Not gonna bitch about AWS anymore. Oh, we already have that open here. Oh, that was a different thing. Anyway. Yeah, so we're doing history saving. Got it. So we want to load the history. I think we don't want to create any of the directories unless we're saving history. XT says, hello, sir, Mr. Streamer. Hello, hello. How's your day going? Does Lister fail on things that don't exist? And yeah, this is a utility from, I think it's ImageMagick. Yeah, from ImageMagick. And I type that on the command line all the time. Fortunately, it doesn't do anything until you start, like, passing input to it, but it's annoying. It's definitely a thing that I think about all the time. Okay, we get an error. I could make sure the directory exists and then lister it. That'd make the code simpler. No one's gonna care about these directories, right? Also, it's just me. I'm never gonna turn the history off. So, okay, whatever. Os.make dirs history dir exist okay equals true. For file name in lister history dir. With open. Self.history. That'll load the files, I think. Then we need to save them. 4K V in I think that implements the load and save. Unfortunately, my tests are going to do all sorts of nasty stuff, so I need to set this in my tests. itest.fixture, this will be an auto use one. Auto use equals true. XTG data home. I was hoping we didn't ever use mock here, but it's fine. Enter.join data home. So this will force XDG. Oh, that's not how this works. And we have parentheses are wrong here as well. This will force XDG data home to be a temporary directory during all of the test execution. That'll be pretty good. That'll work, I think. I hope. XD says I'm good, thanks. Awesome. Now it says make a blog for tech savvy and paranoid demo. Complain they're using adblock. Yeah. XD is eating rice and canned tuna. That's an interesting combination. I don't think I've ever tried that combo. Is there a way to configure a regular string to a byte string? Yes. So if you have a regular string, you can encode to get it to be bytes, and if you have a byte string, you can decode to get it to be text. That's how you convert between the two. In fact, I have a presentation about this, and there's a fancy table somewhere in here. Where's the table? Iterators, string types. Here's the table. If you have text and you want bytes, you use .encode. If you have bytes and you want text, you use .decode. If you have random mass object and you want text, you will call text type or stir if you're Python 3 only. But yes, this is the table that I try and refer people to. BS string, yeah. Pixel says, do you ever collaborate with data scientists at Lyft? I mean, not directly collaborate. I build a lot of the infrastructure that they use, and so I interact with them a lot, but I don't, like, my team is an infrastructure team, so we don't really work directly with them all the time. Or ever. The tuna ran out, I'm just eating rice now. That's how long it takes me to get to your question. Pixel says, what kind of infrastructure? So my team focuses on developer infrastructure, so we build... well, we maintain a couple of things. Like, one of them is the development environments that people use. So, like, we spin up boxes that people can run their own fake copy of Lyft on and stuff like that. One of my sister teams maintains the staging environment. We also build tools for developers to, like, run stuff on their laptop. Like, for instance, we use pre-commit at Lyft, and so, like, the integration that makes this work well with our CI system, which we maintain, and like work well on people's laptops is part of this. But we also build like dev tools that make it easier to like work with Python and work with Go on laptops, and stuff like that. Right now, most of our team is focusing on rebuilding our development environments using Kubernetes so that we can scale it better and be more like production. Because right now it's like super homegrown stuff. Wait, what is purple here? CSS. Yeah, this repository is 50% CSS and 50% Makefile. You know that's a good time. They don't consider YAML or Markdown as a or HTML. Oh, I guess this is HTML. This one was Markdown. But yeah, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. It's feels like longer somehow, and I feel like I haven't written that much code. But yeah, let's try this loading and saving thing now. Babi. It loaded fine. So that's good. We search for def search, and then we quit and open it up. Oh, we didn't actually call this. Okay, we need to call this. With screen.status.save history. Let's try this again. Def search. Cool. Close. Open. Fuck. Why not? Why didn't you save? Oh, we can debug it. You can also look if it saved the files at all. Local share. There's no babi-dir. Why didn't this run? What's going on here? We'll debug both parts of it then. Unless I have this XDG data home set. Oh, did someone catch NordVPN again? That's funny. Is there a reason that I should use Babi over VS Code, or is it just for personal novelty and fun? No, you probably should not use Babi over VS Code. I'm eventually going to use it over Nano, but other than that, it's just kind of a fun project. It will eventually be my text editor, though. You're bankrupting and want to take the last money. I see. Pixel says, is there any practical use for using Vim? I'm not directly in computer science, but would it be looked down upon if my main texter is VS Code? No, you'd be fine. I think you should learn at least one terminal editor, just because you'll be put into situations occasionally where it's useful to know one. But it's fine having your main editor be a IDE or a windowed text editor. Vim Warrior uses Vim always. Get the fuck out. No. let's see why this isn't happening. So I have to do this like special debugging where I run a debugger in one window and attach to it in another. And the reason for that is Curses doesn't play nicely with the PDB debugger. And so what I use is this cool little technology called remote PDB. And if we look at these two files, well, of course it shows the less interesting one first. But what this does is it overrides the breakpoint built in to be remote pdb.settrace instead of normal pdb.settrace. And what that does is it opens up a server on this IP and this port, and I turn off the printing because the printing's up. But then the other script uses telnet to open up an HTTP request and then RL wrap so I can get some amount of tap completion and readline stuff. But then I can use a debugger and look at what's going on here. So if you look at os.environ.get xdg data home, this should be none. Cool. And if we go past this, history dir. That looks right. Local share. But it doesn't make a babi dir. Am I losing my damn mind? What is going on here? So that doesn't exist. We make the directories. And the directory exists. What is deleting the directory? It's there now. It's still there. Guess now we should be in editor mode here. And then let's exit, so that'll trigger this code some more. What are you waiting for now? Fuck, I broke it. Oh, there's two debuggers active right now. Now I can't quit either of these programs. What is the escape character for... Kill %1. Oh, my terminal's all sorts of messed up. Man, I really fucked this up. What is going on here? Okay, so that seems to be working. This directory now exists, so maybe I was somehow looking at an old version? I don't even know. Maybe I forgot to save? Maybe it just works? Let's try debugging it again though. We quit and attach to it. Okay, we do have items, it's good. Unbound local error file name. Why did I not see this stack trace before? That's obvious the problem. I should have ran the linter. Why is the linter not mad? Oh, I see why. That feels dumb. Should work now though. We don't need the debugger. Def search, quit, then open, and it works. It saves the history. Yes. Okay, so that's cool. I'm gonna have to write tests for this at some point though. I haven't written any tests today because I wanted to get the functionality working, but I didn't write any tests. All those damn annotations for nothing. Yeah. I don't think the annotations might have caught it there, but probably not, because it knew that it was a string from here. It was that it was reusing this variable, but sometimes this variable was undefined because this would never return any values, and so down here would be undefined. So that's why the linter didn't notice it. Let's see. Will it have a Clippy-like helper? Probably not. That'd be funny though. Insert Emacs comment to bring down the editor Holy Wars. Oh, yeah. Knowing multiple editors and IDE environments is like being the Lord of the Rings. Yup. I mean, I don't know. I know a little bit of Vim. I know how to quit Emacs. That's about all I need, right? Speaking of which, I want to see Anthony using any IDE, like any of the JetBrains ones. I've spent a lot of time in IntelliJ. Maybe we'll do another stream where I work on my Android app, because that's what is it called? That's a JetBrains project. Which actually, let's since it's starting up, we might as well show my little Android project. This is literally the worst file in the project. Why did it open to the worst file in the project? These files are so bad. Please show me some Kotlin. Okay, good. Let me show my Android project. It'll be like what he's doing now, just a lot slower. Yeah, that's true. Although the visual debugger is kind of nice with this. Use 64-bit one. But anyway, this is my Android project. Does that fit on the screen? Yeah, it looks like it. Apparently last time I did this was 450 hours ago. Oh, now it crashed. Cool, perfect. But the idea behind this game is it's a game that's kind of like Sudoku. Except instead of Sudoku, where you have like 9x9s, this has arbitrary shape and size cages, and it still doesn't have the same number in the same row or the column, but it has a number and a math symbol, and the numbers inside that cage have to, with that math symbol, become 10. So like with 10x, it has to be 1 times 2 times 5, and the 1 and the 2 and the 5 could be anywhere in these rows and columns. Like 15 has to be 3 times 5, so it could either be 3, 5 or 5, 3. So you can like leave yourself notes here. So 8 has to be 2 times 4. 4 minus has to be 1 and 5. Has to be 5 minus 1 somehow, in either order. But if you look at this, like you can logic some stuff. So if you ever see 2 boxes that have 2 items that are the same in a row or column, that means you can't see a 2 or a 4 anywhere else in here. So this square has to be a 3, and you can select it like that. And so since the same rule applies with 3 boxes, so if you see 3 boxes in a line with the same 3 numbers, you can't see a 1 or a 2 or a 5 anywhere else in there. We know this has to be a 4, and you can kind of logic your way to the rest of it. So this says 1, 2. Has to be what? 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. And you can double click to do any of the auto solved ones, and then just kind of work your way through the rest of this. Let's see. 5. 2, 4. Anyway, and that's the game that I wrote. But I wrote my own novel puzzle generation for this. So like all of the puzzle generation is my own algorithm, which I think is novel, and maybe I should write a paper about it. But I don't know. It was pretty cool. But I play this game every day because sometimes I have downtime on like the trains and stuff, and like this is a nice little mental math game to play. But I usually play it in hard mode, which hard mode disables the the top numbers, so I can't actually leave any placeholders, so I have to just like remember what it is. So this is the mode that I usually play in. It's not super hard, and like this is not a particularly hard puzzle because it's 5x5, and 5x5 is not so bad. But anyway, this is the game that I wrote. So there's me using an ID. But the debugger is actually pretty nice for this, and yeah, that's my game. Half of it's in Java and the other half's in Kotlin, but it's all right. Michaela says, "Is this Minecraft?" Yeah. Why don't you support iOS? I don't have any iOS device. Oh, I do. I have one iOS device. Actually, I have two Apple devices. I have an iPod Nano, which is fucking awful and soft locks all the time. But I use it to play music, mostly when I go running and stuff. And I have, what IP address will it have today? Is it 1.2? It is. I have a Mac that I use as a build server when I need to build Apple stuff or debug Apple things, which happens pretty often, unfortunately. Why not BlackBerry phones? BlackBerry, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. iOS is like the word Voldemort, yeah. Wait, my math and logic teacher tried to make me play this Ken stuff once. I hated it. I didn't understand a thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's a game that kind of like, it grew on me a lot. It was introduced to me by a friend that was in my discrete math class in college, and she showed the game to me, and I like kind of instantly fell in love with the game. It's pretty good. Try the game 2048. Man, 2048 is really hard. I'm no good at 2048. The game's called Ken, the actual game, but my implementation is called Ken Squared, but it doesn't exist on the store anymore due to bullshit trademark stuff, so... Rage. Never heard of BlackBerry, but I've heard of the Obama phone. Yikes. 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 Okay, so we look at our checklist. What do we have from our checklist? Okay. Up and down. Enter appends the history. Saves the history. We store them separately. Cool. We write it on close, and we just need to implement Control R, and we need the previous entry functionality. They're like repeat search, like in Nano. If you do def search and then you open up the search immediately, it defaults to whatever you searched for last time. Actually, that's not a good example. So if you search for def A to Z and then open this up and press enter again, it will repeat the search automatically. Yanni boy, yeah, you got me. Send the APK for the game. How can I do that? Damn, Stranger with the 21-person raid. Thank you very much, friend. Welcome to the stream. Check out their channel. Let's see. Oh man, I can't click or type or anything, and my chair came undone. I guess I should explain what I'm working on too for all the new viewers. We'll leave a follow here. Hopefully check out teaching and code reviews in a bunch of different programming languages. Awesome. And now I'll watch this recurse indefinitely. But yeah, the thing that I'm working on today, for those of you that have just showed up here. Hey, what's up, Soding? How's it going, friend? I'm working on my text editor, which is kind of a Nano clone, but it's a little bit different. Stranger uses Vim and you use Nano. This is incompatible. Yikes. Wrecked. Are you using Nano or GNU/Nano? True. It does say it up here. It's gotta let you know. Hi, can't stick around. Well, thanks for the raid nonetheless. But yeah, I'm working on a text editor. It does, you know, your usual text editing stuff. It also has undo and redo. You have backspace and delete as you do. Press enter, etc. You can jump to a particular line. You can scroll up and down. Has keyboard shortcuts to jump to the beginning and the end of the line, as well as home and end, page up, page down. All your basic like navigation stuff. Undo and redo, which I already showed. What else? The thing that we've been working on recently is searching. So you can search with regular expressions. So if you want to find like all functions, do def A to Z. And the thing that we did today is history. So you can find previous things in your search history. Why is there an empty string at the top? There's probably a bug. But this is what we've been working on today. What else? It can save because it's a text editor. But anyway, that's what I'm working on. I'm gonna try and make Control R work, maybe. I don't really know how reverse searching works, and I'm not really using readline, so I'm rolling it out on my own. Rolling my own. Well, that's how you say those words. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. Let's see. Gotta catch up on chat though now. And Hayden uses Emacs. Yeah, we've got some Emacs and Vim users in the chat. We've got someone whose name is Vim Warrior, literally. So people can be accepting of other text editors here. Ed is the standard text editor. True. You can type letters into it. That's right, Michaela. The old version. Some of the older versions of Babi, you could barely do anything. Like, it started out as a version of Less that could only open an empty file. Then it was a version of Less that didn't really work. Then it became a text editor, but you couldn't save. Saving was added pretty late to the game, actually, but it's it mostly works now. Eventually, I'll replace my use of Nano with Babi. Is my end goal, but I have a bunch of stuff that I need to get done first. Mostly, let's see, I need to do find and replace. I haven't done replace yet. I did find though. Tab doesn't do anything. I need to do syntax highlighting. I need to make wide characters work, which is super glitchy right now. We paste a bunch of these. My cursor like freaks out, mostly because they're too wide instead of one wide, and like the scrolling behavior is all broken here. It like kind of looks like it works, but it really does not. Like, yeah, and it just like randomly put another one down here. And yeah, that's chill. That's exactly what we expect to see. Let's go the way and you scroll. Yeah, there's some stuff that's a little bit buggy, but eventually I'll replace my normal text editor usage. But till then, yeah, until then I'm just chugging along, building features time after time. MX Butterfly is the real programmer's editor. Does it actually work? That's awesome. Emacs editors devs added it. Nice. It's kind of like how Python import anti-gravity works. I believe opens up the comic. A little sketch that a side effect of importing a module opens a web browser, but you know, I'm not gonna judge. Yes. Wide, yeah, wide, super thick characters. We should just call them thick characters. Yeah, it's pretty good. It opens up some XKCD. XKCD becomes real life. Oh, you hadn't seen that before, Tony? Nice. Learn something new every day. Sometimes you don't, though. Those are the sad days. This is awesome. Yeah. I recently found a package advertised on Twitter that if you pip install Black Friday, oh, this is one of my favorite jams in this playlist. Okay, that's not too loud. If you pip install Black Friday, it also opens up a web browser. I guess I'll show it because I know it's not that malicious, but virtual in here, perfect. Oh, pip install. That's exactly what I wanted here. But this one actually opens up a web browser that has an ad, if I remember right. Yeah. Special offer. It's an ad. Oh. and it doesn't finish until you close it. That's weird. It's not that malicious, yeah. But yeah, the side effect of installing a package if you're installing from source can do all sorts of random code. Random code execution. Arbitrary code execution, that's what it's called. The interesting thing is if you uninstall it and then reinstall it, it won't do it the second time. And the reason for this is it rebuilds a wheel and caches that, and so the pre-build doesn't work the second time. But you can fix that. I've written my own evil package that looks like this, just because I wanted to see if it was possible. And you can disable the caching behavior by doing this. You just turn off wheeling and make it exit non-zero. And so if we run that same command, pip install pre-commit installed, it produces all sorts of scary output, as it should. This is a terrible package. You should never do this. But this is fine. But it fails to build it, but then does it anyway. Pip uninstall pre-commit installed. If you install it again, it will still do the same behavior. But this one has a side effect of running this, which is silly. But it's not something that I would ever recommend. I mostly made it as a demo to show like what terrible things can happen. And it's not that malicious, don't worry guys. Yeah. It's called Black Friday because your monitor faced black forever. That'd be pretty good. Yep. This was after the dojo, the Doge meme. The this is fine melting dog in the. It's my mom's favorite meme after all. Gotta rep it where I can. This one's pretty good too. Well, I tried. Because it can fail to figure out how to do stuff if you don't have particular environment variables. It tries a bunch of stuff. But anyway, this is a terrible thing. Side effect as or like running side effects on setup.py, bad idea, don't do it. It is possible though. This is fine. What is this from? I assume the fire is added in post, because that doesn't look real at all. Get that later, Hayden. Okay. I don't really want to write tests right now. I kind of want to get Control R working, so I kind of need to figure out how it works. Seems to just do containment matching. What are you freaking out about, phone? What do you want? Oh, is this Discord? Oh, somebody ping me on Discord. Okay, it's fine. So I think it's prefix matching, but then if it fails, well, you can backspace. Then any movement character. Oh, that's weird. If you do a reverse search and then you press up, it goes to the command before your reverse search. Seems just kind of weird. That's very weird. Also, the failed search for me seems kind of weird. It just like sticks to whatever the last command was that kind of matched. But I think that's fine. Oh, this seems complicated to implement, and I'm kind of hungry, so I don't know if I'm actually going to do this today. Maybe we'll just write some tests instead. Let's write some tests instead. That'll be fun. We'll test this like history behavior that I just implemented, and then I think we'll call it good after that. Because hopefully that won't take too long. Oops, I just killed whatever stop job was there. It's fine, we didn't need it anyway. Let's see what tests are currently failing. Hopefully we didn't break any. I don't think we should have, but worth checking first. We didn't bring any tests. All of the tests are failing. Yikes. Oh. This would have been fine if I would have run the winter, but I didn't. None of the tests should be failing. 112 failures. Typical me. Michael Eric says, do you know how to copy to the clipboard in Python? No, I don't. I know you can use xclip. In theory, you could just shell out to xclip or do whatever it does. Copy to clipboard Python. This is... Why is this duped to a Windows specific question? That seems wrong. I'm trying to build a Windows application. These should be Windows specific answers. You're a moderator and you have a gold badge and you duped this wrong. Well, I'm gonna issue a reopen vote. Nominate this question for reopening. Yes. Seems weird. Seems weird that they would dupe a generic answer. I think it should be duped in the other direction. Like this one should dupe here. But whatever, it's Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow's a mess. But I don't know. Yeah, I've never done this, so I would, in theory, Google something. I guess it would be dependent on your implementation. Like there's one here for GTK, there's one here for Qt, there's one for tkinter. There's this third-party library. This link-only answer, though. That's probably just a really old question. But no, I haven't done that before. I would probably have to research it. I probably maybe have to do it at some point in my editor, but I haven't really thought about that yet. Ben Warrior says, why not use Wayubo? Tmux or Scream? I don't know. I don't think Tmux makes me more productive. I know how to use Tmux. I use it all the time, but it doesn't... I don't know. I don't think it actually helps me be more productive. I get by with tabs just fine, and Windows. Yeah, I use the mouse a little bit, but whatever. The Tall Pants says, have you noticed that more and more Googling problems leads you to GitHub issues rather than Stack Overflow? Oh, interesting. I had not noticed that. But I'm more likely to click on GitHub issues because I feel like they're more valuable for like bugs and stuff than anything else. Ideally, I didn't want to download a package. Yeah, that's going to be the same boat that I'm in. I don't want to use a package either. So, in theory, tkinter can do it. What are my notifications? Hopefully it's just people liking. Oh, someone replied to this. View that later. We will view that later. Shelling out to xclip seems not the best, but potential. Stack expired flow. Yeah. Okay, so these are all the lines that aren't covered yet, which makes sense. 219. That's not this file. So the history loading is not covered, which makes sense. I'll have to write a test for that. 294. The key up and key down are not handled. And this is not branch 2, that makes sense. Actually, I don't think there's that many tests to write here. Search. Test search history. recorded. Actually, we don't need any particular file because we don't actually care about the search. W. Wait for the search text to show up. What does the failed search text look like? No matches. Press Control W again, and then we press up. And then we should see search with the previous text. Just basically navigating around the history to make sure it still works. Await text. Okay, so we did 2 searches here. We searched for ASDF, got no matches. We did a second search, we did a bunch of navigation. We edited one of the previous history entries, but my implementation actually appends that as a new one, so we should see in our history ASDF test, and then above it ASDF. Let's do that again. Press Control W again. Oh, the problem is this will succeed even if this is there, so we actually need to press backspace up here. I think it's B space. I forget. We'll find out. But then anywhere we see this, we should see ASD test. Okay, let's try this test. Passed. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is from. Oh man, really far behind in chat. Well, I didn't mention this. I also skipped that. I see. Is that a leather chair? I don't remember whether it's leather or not. It's if it's not leather, it's fake leather. Let's see if I have it on Amazon order history. I can figure out whether it's truly leather or not. It is squeaking right now, and I have WD-40 and I haven't applied it yet. Let's see. Is it true leather? Here's the Amazon link. Leather Plus makes me feel like it's fake leather. Leather Plus makes me, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's fake. So I do not believe it is true leather. Oh, Leather Plus is a leather that is infused with polyurethane for added softness and durability. Okay, I'm wrong. Anyway, hope that answers it. Leather doesn't quite look like that. Probably pretend leather, yeah. Well, it's infused leather, as I have now learned. He's a programming machine. His chair is actually made from recycled ThinkPads. Archivication. You have Taco Bell now? Man, I'm jelly. Taco Bell's so good. I love Taco Bell so much. Spray WD-40 all over your seat and slip and slide around in your chair. Yeah, what could go wrong? Leather press means it's extra real leather. Yeah. I was right because it looks different, but I was wrong because it's real. You were on the right track, Archification. If you Google Leather Plus, all you find is that chair. That's amazing. Fortunately, the Amazon description says. Okay, so that should have covered more of this stuff, but we need to actually test the saved search history. Test search history is saved between sessions. We actually want to look at XDG data home here to... like, we shouldn't assert the implementation detail, but I think it's important enough to do it here. Okay, so this is just a basic test that ensures that the search history is saved. Oh. This should be babi / history. Cool. Looks good. Let's see if the full test suite works then. When your function names are a paragraph. Yeah. But they're test names, so like I think being descriptive here is kind of useful because then anyone else reading these test names will know exactly what it's talking about. Just not Discord. Yeah. Pythonk is such a good emoji, isn't it? I think I'm gonna make t-shirts of Pythonk. That'll be my merch drop when it eventually happens. Oh no, we're still missing a branch. 319. 321. We never jump from this line. This line. So that means that line is always true. So we need to find a case where we're not appending a history line. Okay, so we can just make this true. Or make one of these false. Right? Not history list. It's an empty list, which happens pretty often. Oh, you need to make it a non-empty list where it's equal. Okay. That's an easy test to do. Is the Python logo like open, or how does it work? Can you prop it off of it? I mean, this emoji is like kind of a stylized Python logo. It's not the actual logo. I assume that I could like probably get away with it, hopefully. But yeah, it would just be like, it'd be kind of like the t-shirt I'm wearing right now, but like you would have the emote in the middle. I think it'd be fine. If Rust is supposed to be saved, why can I code a Stack Overflow so easily? I mean, Rust doesn't protect you from shooting yourself in the foot all the time, but yeah. Hey, what's up, Zamathan? Hello. You say, how are you? I'm doing fine. Been a good day today. I did a 8-mile run this morning. I'm actually feeling great from that. Usually I would probably feel sore after it, but my legs are fine. Probably gonna do a similar run tomorrow, but that went well. I've been programming for how long? 4 hours. Damn. I'm a little bit hungry. And yes, I am doing Python right now. I do a lot of open source Python where I work on a bunch of important projects in the ecosystem. So like I maintain Flake 8, I created Precommit, I'm a core dev on PyTest, I'm a core dev on Tox, I do backports for Ubuntu, I do a bunch of Python stuff. Not my favorite programming language, but it works fine. That shirt, you're such a nerd. Yeah, you got me. But yeah, I do a lot of Python stuff. It warns about recursion if you spawn main inside main, but no warnings here. Interesting. Damon then says, I'm starting more intermediate Python and working on a web scraper right now. Oh, I've written a web scraper before. It wasn't very good. Actually, it might still be on GitHub. My scraper was for not good reasons. All gists. No, I want my gists. How do I find my gists? There we go. It's just off screen. I made this for my dad a while back. Requires Python 2. I was so sad when I wrote this script. Actually, I wrote this script on vacation. But there wasn't a good RTF reader in Python for whatever reason. Where's my scraper that I wrote? This one. So there's a user directory for my university here, and anyone can search users without logging in, if I remember right. Yeah, so you can find people's usernames without logging in. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I middle clicked. And you can find their email addresses without logging in, so anyone can just find me on the Michigan directory. But I wrote a scraper, and the way it worked is really terrible. This code is awful. Also, it's Python 2. Also, I had a super awesome way to use exceptions as control flow. This is back when I used IPDB. This is some old ass code. Python 2, what a mess. But I realized that you could scrape email addresses out of here, and so just for the shits and giggles of it, I scraped, I think it was 13,000 email addresses in like 4 hours. And I could have just like spammed all those users, and I know they're all legitimate email addresses because they come from this like well-established university emails. Like they're pretty good stuff. But anyway, I wrote a scraper. Not the best code, but it was a thing. And then I was like, hey university, can you please like make it so people can't do this? Like any amount of rate limiting would be good, or like require login or anything, please. And they're like, well, we don't see this as a problem. I'm like, alright, whatever. Code's on the internet. My scraper was for not good things, yeah. Me as usual. It was a looty scraper, wasn't it? Yeah, that would have been next level. That would have been some good shit. But no, it was scraping email addresses. I was making myself a spammer. I kind of, oh man, it would have been so funny. I kind of wanted to make an email where I just BCC'd that entire, so you could create groups too. And you could do it anonymously. I wanted to make a group, add those 13,000 people to the group, and then email, just send an email that says, stop replying all, and then just see how many people reply all. Because I think that would have been pretty funny. Because people are always just going to be like, unsubscribe, stop replying all. Like, but probably not the best idea. It would have been funny though. You should send some chainmail, yeah. Copy and paste this so that you don't get blah blah blah. Akira says, this reminds me that I've been wanting to try fuzzing something on my school's site. I'm pretty sure you can just look directly at lists of people's classes that has their names and addresses and emails and all this personal info without any sort of authentication. That's pretty yikes. I know you can get the personal information if you log into my directory, but I didn't do that there for obvious reasons. Don't want to dox anyone, or myself for that matter. My friend found a webscaper that could get in people's meal plans and order everyone on campus a calzone. That's awesome. Oh, then he figured out he could make people drop out, so he had to notify the university. Yeah. That's a little bit different. Okay. So we need to implement this one last test for search history. Test duplicates don't extend search history. So do a search 1. Oh, this should be press and enter. I have to put all these await texts in. Oops. To make sure that we get to a steady state at each of these places. So we have 2 entries in the search, and now we're going to search for search 2 again. And then we should be able to search. And if we press up, we should see search 2. And if we press up again, we should not see search 2 twice. We should see search 1. And this should cover that last case that we didn't cover here. Cool. That test works. Let's try the whole suite again. Hopefully we've hit 100% coverage. And then I can call this feature mostly done. I'll do reverse search probably next time. I think it's going to be complicated, unfortunately. Or at least it's not going to be something I'm going to do in like an hour. And I'm pretty hungry and I haven't had food in a while. No! Failing test, no! Fix that test. Send the I love you virus to everyone. That would be awesome. I think I did mean authentication, you corrected me accidentally. Oh, did you say authorization? Did I accidentally correct you? I must have just read it. My brain must have just auto-corrected it. I didn't even think about that. What version of Python are you coding in? I'm particularly targeting Python 3, but I'm targeting 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, or 3.9, or PyPy 3.6. So 3.6.8, 3.7.5, 3.8.0, or 3.9 Alpha 1, or PyPy 3.6720. Yeah. Oh, 3.6.9.720 has 2 version numbers. Those are the versions that I'm targeting with this particular project. Although I often also target Python 2.7 and Python 3.5, and soon I will not have to target Python 2.7. Thank God. What is your typing speed? Around 120 words per minute. Somewhere near there. But we have one failing test. Why do we have a failing test? Oh. That is weird. It's a race. This is actually a problem. So if you press these keys too quickly, it does some derpy stuff. Huh. But if I rerun this test, it'll pass. I'm gonna copy and paste this and like give myself an issue. I need to actually fix this, but I don't know how to fix it. It's gonna be difficult. Freeze condition with extended escape sequences pressed too quickly. This can be reproduced with the test suite, unfortunately. Probably need some amount of ungit WCH to make this work properly. So the problem is whenever we see this character, which is the escape key, we grab sequences until we stop seeing characters. But if somebody types another escape sequence directly afterwards, it's just going to get garbled into one long key. But what needs to happen is if it sees an escape key, it needs to stop. Actually, I can probably fix this. The problem is like reproducing this in a reproducible way. Can probably terminate early if seeing another escape character. X1B? No, it's X. Yeah, it is X1B. Okay, cool. This is a bug. We'll fix the bug later, but not today. But at least I'll remember. I've recorded that this is possible. The X is silent. Yeah. Let's see. Did you practice your typing? I used to practice when I was in school. We had a typing class. The typing class was fun because my friend and I were actually like naturally pretty good at typing because we spent a lot of time dicking around on computers as kids. And so like we finished. It was supposed to be like a 8-week course or something on typing, and we finished the entire like required lessons in the first day or the first week. And so the rest of the time we just like tried to like min-max the scores on all of the typing tests, and like we got this one typing test to where my friend and I could type, what was the sentence? There was like this paragraph that we got really good at typing really fast. I forget what it was. We must have typed that damn paragraph like 1,000 times each, but we got it to where each of us could type that paragraph at 180 words per minute. It was just like it was just super wild that we could type all of that. But that's kind of like where we started practicing, but I haven't practiced since then. I just like spend every day on a computer, and so I get practice from that. I also cheat at touch typing. I'm not like textbook touch typer. I use these fingers more than I should, and these fingers more than I should. So I'm more like a 4-fingered chicken pecker that kind of types pretty quickly than an actual touch typer, but it works well enough. Sleep on each key press. Yeah, that'd be one way to fix it, but there's an actual bug here. Like if somebody were able to type 2 characters in such quick succession, the program would crash. Or it wouldn't crash, it would just do the wrong behavior. So I need to actually fix the key debouncer thing to work properly. No, it wasn't the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. It was like some paragraph like, she was okay if something blah blah blah. I think that's how it started. The paragraph made no sense. It was pretty much not. In buffer regex to replace any escape character. Yeah, I can just show you the code that I'm gonna have to fix. I'm not gonna fix it right now because I'm pretty done. Get character, get care. Yeah, so we have this function here where if we see an escape sequence, we disable delay and then we try and get characters instantly. But what we need here is we need to say like, if it's this character here, then we unget WCH, similar to what we do with, in this case, which I think is impossible. But I think if I add or new WCH equals this, or does not equal this, to this condition here. Actually, it'd be and new WCH does not equal this. Then that would fix the bug. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save that for another time, even though it works. I do use the home row, but I don't necessarily use all of the keys, or all of the fingers there. I remember my Linux professor in college, she would only use 2 fingers, but she would still type as fast as me. It makes no sense. Yeah. So we make the problem irrelevant is what you're saying. Yes, which is fixing the bug. There's this popular League streamer that only types with 2 fingers and he gets like 110 words from it. That's wild. I use most of my fingers. I don't want to say like I only use 4 fingers. It's just like more often than not, more often than I should, I use those 4 fingers. But yeah, that's where I'll fix this. I can probably actually link that here. Oops. Can probably just link this here. That was not what I want to do. There we go. Got a bug to work on for next time. But let's get this. Let's retry this and have it actually pass, and then hopefully we can call this good. There's a popular League streamer that's not illiterate. Oof. Fire. I use every finger but only one thumb. If you looked at my spacebar, you'd know immediately which one I use. Yeah, you end up with one, like, ribbed out spot. Let's see. Yeah, I only use this thumb. Although, that's not true. Like, sometimes I'll use Control Space as a keyboard shortcut, and then I'll use my left thumb. I guess if I type a typed space, I'll use the right thumb. If I use a keyboard shortcut, I'll use the left thumb. I guess that's consistent at least. I'm not sure which thumb I use. I'm typing now to see it, and it seems like it's actually always the right thumb. I didn't even realize that. I think I used my left thumb like once. Nice. I don't use my thumbs at all. What do you type with? I'm getting good. Smile. Right, Michaela? Okay, cool. Add search history. Oh, I guess I could add this for command history too. Oh no, I'm getting good. I'm just sorry. I was incompatible default type for stir. Oh yeah, we need optional stir. I was making an innuendo because I'm a terrible person. But wait, what do you hit the keyboard? What do you hit the spacebar with? Do you hit it with like fingers? Oh, you get my terrible joke now. I see. But what do you actually what do you actually do? Oh, your index finger. Oh, that is weird. I mean, if it works, like ship it. But like, interesting. So just to show that the code that I wrote is extensible, let's make this have history as well. So I should be able to do that just by changing this prompt call. Not that one, not that one, not that one, this one. So we should be able to colon Q this. Well, we have to do it twice. So colon Q. And now if I open this, I should be able to press up and down. Yeah, cool. But pretty dope. I like that. Seems cool. Oh, but that might make the test fail due to coverage. Because now I think nothing will test the uncover the non history code. Maybe? We'll see. We'll see what it says. Didn't like moving my index finger that far. Oh man, it's so weird. Yeah, so I tried to like curl my thumb up to not press the spacebar, but then I just pressed it with my other thumb. I guess I could get used to it. It's just like, oh man, that's wild. I mean, more power to you though. If it works for you, then ship it. Okay, I think we're done for today. We can delete that file because we moved it to a GitHub issue. Babi. That's what the project is called now. I'm going to turn these into checkboxes so we can check them off. We will be able to check off all of them except for up and down. Yeah, that works. Pressing enter appends the history. Yep. Save the history in this. Yep. For each individual history separately. Yes, we did that. Nano UH's the one history. Is that what we want? We do not want that, but we did it anyway. Oh wait, yeah, no, this is what we want. Nano does this sneaky thing. We don't want to use this. But we didn't do Control R. We'll do that some other day. But yeah, now we'll do. So I'm done for today. We're gonna do a little wrap up that I usually do. If you liked what you watched, or you missed some part of it, or you want to catch previous streams or whatever, I upload previous content to YouTube. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, so the same name as my Twitch channel. You can subscribe there, follow Twitch, whatever the like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure to share, blah blah blah. I'm such a bad content producer. But yeah, you can check out my YouTube channel. There's previous streams up there. If you want some that are particularly interesting, like you can see when I wrote some JavaScript here. My most popular stream, and actually it's popular for a good reason because I think it's pretty cool, is this Werkzeug memory leak stream, where I found well, I didn't find a leak. Someone at work found a leak in Werkzeug, which is the library that Flask is based upon. And I figured out how that worked, and or figured out what was broken there, and then like fixed it and stuff. So it's a pretty cool stream if you want to check that out. I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. Pacific. So tomorrow, in a couple, like, 17 hours or so. But I'll announce those in two places. One of them is on Twitter, and that's twitter.com/codewithanthony. I wasn't able to get the same brand synergy everywhere, so I'm not Anthony Writes Code here. And the only reason is because Twitter's username length is limited, so I would have been Anthony Writes Cod, which is too short. Oh, I don't have a command for that. Anyway, here's my Twitter. I'll paste it in there. But yeah, I usually announce like about 60 minutes before I start, and like what I'm gonna work on and go from there. So that's that. I also announced on Discord, which is there is a Bang Discord there. I'm not the bot. Imposter! Yeah. But yeah, so I announced on Twitter and on Discord. You guys are free to join. We usually talk about programming stuff. There's a memes channel where we have some programming memes. It's kind of fun. But yeah, that's that. So we're gonna go find someone to raid now.